I have no sympathy for anybody. You get what you deserve. Wherever it is that you are in life, that's your bed, sleep in it. I don't care where you were born. I don't care where you come from. I see immigrants coming over here every day from third world countries, outworking you, outpacing you, and making you look bad. I don't care about your reparations. Listen, I don't care if you ever get it. As a matter of fact, I'm advocating against it because it's going to fuck up my dollar and make inflation go out of control. And so I don't want them to pay you. I don't want you to have nothing. Don't give these motherfuckers nothing. As a matter of fact, not only do I not want you to get nothing from reparations, I think that they should tax you for breathing. Tax you for breathing this good old air that we working so hard and paying our tax dollars for in order to be able to make sure that you got this good old air and this good old water.
What's up, Rick?
How you doing, brother?
All right, how you doing?
I'm good.
Hey, do you know Anton Daniels?
No, I don't. I kind of seen like some thumbnails of him or whatever. I haven't really watched this joint though. When you start seeing people, because I know that dude was talking against reparations, and he also was talking about how I saw a clip where he was talking about how immigrants work so harder than us, and that's tether talk. We don't talk like that because that ain't true.
They'll look at these selected groups like the Chinese, the East Indians, or Nigerians. They'll say, hey, man, look how successful these folks are in America, not in their homeland, in America. And let's compare these folks to, let's compare this tiny selected group, hyper selected group to the bulk of foundational Black Americans, right? Hey, why you can't be successful like these small, highly selected groups from their country? All right. And then you got the Larry Elders, Thomas Sowell, who would say, hey, man, black folks, Foundation of Black Americans, ADOS, they're unsuccessful in America. They're stuck in poverty because of marriage rates or the lack of home ownership. And bootstraps like racism is packed up and it already left during the 60s, right? Matter of fact, some of those guys will argue that we were better off during Jim Crow than post Jim Crow. Ridiculous. So let's go. They'll say, how come you guys can't succeed like the East Indians, Nigerians, and the Chinese, right? Why can't foundational Black Americans do the same? What's going on? They say they go to school, they own homes, they have two-parent families. What is wrong with you guys? Okay. Well, let me introduce everybody into a word called hyper selection. Okay, so let's talk about it. Most Nigerians who come to the US are not the average citizens from Nigeria. Okay, they don't reflect the masses. These highly educated, wealthy Chinese and East Indians, they don't represent their masses either back in India and back in China. They are the elite class of their country. Okay, they often have college degrees, or they're just from wealthy families before they come over here. It's not like they got it while they were here. Okay, just ask yourself a question. How hard is it to get a U.S. visa in these countries? Okay, so the system filters for success before they even land here, right? They want these immigrants to make America greater. You see what happens when they come over illegally? They reduce themselves into a life of crime and they become a burden on society. All right. So they want the best of the best over here, right? These countries go through a brain drain. Our country are recipients of their elite class, and we are known as a brain gain country. All right. What about Foundation Black Americans? Do we get selected? No. We were enslaved. Okay, so we were not selected as the elite class when we got here, right? To you know, own land and be prosperous in America. We came here to be the labor force. All right. We were brought in chains. We were denied education, land, and wealth for centuries. No leg up, no filter success, just trauma and survival. So let's just be real. Okay. Now, when those African immigrants succeed, they are rewarded because they don't carry the historical debt that white racists owe us, foundational Black Americans. They are seen as model minorities. That's a fact. We're seen as a problem to be managed. We are seen as a thorn in white supremacists, leg, so to speak, or finger because of our legacy, our history, our bravery, our resilience, brilliance, determination to fight for what's right and to fight for rights. So now I seen a video with Anton Daniels giving credit to Larry Elder. Most of these coons and tethers that speak like that, the Myron Gaines, the, Catholic Truth, like they borrow their talking points from Larry Elder or Thomas Sowell. All right. They'll say things like this. The real problem with Black America is not racism, it's the breakdown of the family. Look at marriage rates, look at single mothers, look at home ownership. Now, that is true. Okay, but there's context that they ignore. And they ignore why the marriage rates are low. They ignore why there are single mothers and they ignore why there's a lack of home ownership within foundational Black Americans. Okay. So how about this? How about the same marriage rates that were higher for Black families during Jim Crow? Yes. Okay. Okay. So come sit right here so the sun don't get you. Come sit right here. Come in here. Come in here. All right. So where was I? Okay. So our marriage rates were higher for Black families and or during Jim Crow. This is what they point out. The same Black men who fought in the wars, built railroads, and still got redlined when they came home. What about that? Why is that ignored? Let's talk about FHA loans that I talk about. 1934, the HOLC 1933, the GI Bill 1944, Social Security Act in 1935, all handed out to build the white middle class, while Black people, foundation Black Americans, were locked out by law. Okay, how come they don't talk about that? How come they don't talk about the handouts that were freely given to white people? They didn't deserve it. They didn't work for it. Wasn't owed. Freely gave it to them so they could be successful and build the middle class that we know today. What about that? Why they don't talk about the handouts that whites received in this country for hundreds of years? Slavery was a handout. Okay? So that ain't culture though. That's policy. So that wasn't our culture to be denied and locked out of these wealth opportunities, these home ownership opportunities. That's policy, not culture. Okay? So these same policies created generational wealth for white families, by the way, and generational poverty for us. That's undeniable. That's systemic racism. And now they want to judge the beneficiaries of that poverty like it's our fault. All right. They weaponize marriage, right? Personal responsibility and bad choices. They say that to deflect from government sponsored oppression. Meanwhile, they ignore how systems were engineered to benefit one group and trap the other. That's the definition of systemic racism, literally. All right, so now let's fact check these talking points. All right, so FHA loans backed over 98% of white mortgages, 2% for blacks in between 1934 and 1962. Okay, 98%. FHA loans were backed over 98% of white mortgages. 2% for foundational Black Americans. Redlining maps denied loans to Black neighborhoods. Official federal policy. That's why we on you. Okay. The GI Bill, 1.2 million white veterans got benefits. Only a tiny fraction of foundational Black American veterans got the benefits. Homestead Act, we got to take it back there. 1862 gave away 160 acres to whites, millions of Black families excluded. I think it's like 270 million acres altogether that was handed out to whites. They didn't work for it. They weren't deserved it. They weren't owed it. Just so they could help them to be successful. They gave it to them so they could be successful. Okay. So you can't really compare us to filtered elites or say racism doesn't exist when the blueprint of this country was built on racial inequality and handouts. Reparations are owed, equity is necessary-ish, and truth is non-negotiable, Anton Daniels. So, you can miss us with the blame game. If your whole argument requires ignoring history, you never had a real legitimate, genuine argument to begin with. All right. Phone number is there. Just call in. If you agree with Anton, it's even more the reason to call in. Call-ins are welcome. You dig? Yeah, so the number is there, visible for people, trolls really call in. You dig? Like, again, we don't need a small fraction of tethers to support reparations. We don't need your support at all, not one of you. We don't, we don't, we don't appeal to you guys. We don't need you guys to support. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, I think I can be heard now. Let me just double check. I had myself on mute. My fault. Give me a second to check it. Trolls really. Hello, 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 hello. All right, so I think I can be heard. Hello. So anyway, the phone number is out there. Trolls mostly call in. So go ahead and call in. Let me cook you. You guys don't know shit about Black American history. I always cook you guys. It's embarrassing. You guys give me so many shorts, so many clips. But call in. If you agree with Anton Daniels, call in, get cooked. If you disagree with something I said, Tariq said, Yvette Carnell said, anything with reparations or delineation, disaggregation, any objection to that, you might want to call in and get cooked real fast. None of y'all on my level, not one iota. Call in and get embarrassed, which I typically do to you folks. Go ahead and call in. Antonio Daniels, Antoine Daniels, Anton, Anthony, whatever his name is, I don't care. Whatever his background is, I don't care. The dude is a coon, tether, don't care. It's the same shit to me. A coon is exactly what a tether is. Just that one is domestically born and the other one is foreign born. Same SHIT. You dig? Same cloth. So the number is there. A lot of y'all run your mouth in silence. I'm giving y'all the platform to actually call in and, let's hear your bullshit so I can cook you. All right. Give me one second. I'll add the number again in case I missed it the first time. If not, I'm going to go ahead and go to the next video. I cooked these coons, Pablo, all these guys. Already got cooked. American Dream, Kwame, they already called in and And I see American Dream is still talking about Southern slavery. You can call in and get cooked on that again. I already embarrassed you, American Dream. I got a clip on you on that. Okay. And I already cooked Kwame on 1,000 topics. Okay. Yeah, Africa will pay eventually, but brother, it's about who is more closely responsible. Okay, we're in the country where folks are still here, and eventually we're gonna push for Africa. Africa will pay for what they did. They grouped up a lot of Africans and sold them to the white man. So yes, they gotta pay for that. There's no way out of that. Their hands are guilty as hell, but there's an order. There's an order. Wait, don't say nothing just yet. Let me change your phone number first. Don't say nothing. Hold on. Oh shit. I muted you by mistake. Unmute yourself. Are you Jamaican? Descent.
I'm
Descent.
African Jamaican.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Now, is your country called African Jamaican?
No, it's
Okay.
97% black.
Right. So, but your country's called what?
We're not a subgroup like
Okay,
the
I
SDAs in
got you.
America.
I got you. But I'm asking about you though. I'm asking about you. Your country's called what?
Jamaica,
Okay, it's not called African Jamaican.
named
Right?
after the indigenous people.
No problem.
of the
I know
land.
that. I know that. And same thing with Haiti. I know that. Okay, but I'm saying your country's not called African Jamaican, right?
No, that's my self-identifying. Just
Okay.
like SBA
Right. No.
federally recognized. You
Hey, bro.
self-identify as SBA.
Bro. Is it possible to talk to you about you without you bringing up me? Is that possible? Because I could talk about me without bringing up you. Is it possible to
I
talk
thought
about
we was
you?
talking about Anton
No, wait.
Daniels.
Hey, bro. I'm just asking you a question
do the
right now.
conversation somewhere
Hey,
else.
bro, I'm asking about the question. No. This shit is open, like spoken word. This is open word. Hey, bro, I'm asking you, is it possible for me to talk about you without you bringing up me? Is that possible?
Go ahead, King.
Okay, cool. Is your country called Jamaica or African Jamaica?
It's called Jamaica.
Thank you. Okay, so let's call it what it's called. Let's not make up some shit. Your country is called Jamaica. My country is called America. Okay, so when you say African Jamaican, I mean, I'm guessing you're pointing to your African ancestry, right?
Right.
Okay. I think most of us, once you say you're Jamaican, the people watching right now, we can conclude that you're African descent. So the extra emphasis was not needed. Like we can already say, hey, he got African descent. The same thing with Haitians, the same thing with anybody from the Caribbean, any black person in America. That's already assumed that we all have an African descent that goes back to the continent. So that's not something you gotta actually highlight or emphasize. Like that just like not needed. But you're Jamaican, I'm American, and they're Haitian. Okay? None of us are under the title of African because we're Haitian, Jamaican, Trinidadian, diaspora people, period. They're named after a country. That's it. If you add to it, that's you adding to it, and you're a singular person adding to it. Your country and no significant number is behind you petitioning for that. Not like us.
Majority of the black people in Jamaica identify as African first.
That's a lie because your country be called African Jamaican. And matter of fact, you guys would call yourself African Jamaican. I've never met a Jamaican person in my life ever said they're African Jamaican. They say I'm Jamaican. They said I'm Trinidadian. I'm from St. Croix, or I'm from this particular island. None of them led with Africa ever.
Have you seen Jamaican money before? It's African
what?
faces on it. have you seen Jamaican money before? We have Queen Annie. She's an African. There's other people on our bills that's African.
All right, so hold on. Wait, hold on. Before you go, let me answer. So somebody called in. So who just called in? 585. Let me just get that person real fast. 585 was good. Matter of fact, wait, don't say nothing. Just wait. Don't say one word. Don't say one word. Let me share my screen so your number won't appear. Hold on. Don't say one. Matter of fact, let me just change you to caller 2 real fast, so your number won't be visible. Okay, what's your name?
My name is Amaris.
Say that again.
Amaris.
Okay, so how do you spell it?
Amabis.
Yes. All right. All right, but Kwame, go ahead. I cut you off. Go ahead, brother.
I forgot exactly what point I was basically saying that in Jamaica our money have African faces on it. Queen Annie was an African queen from the Ashanti tribe.
Continue.
So we fight the British when Jamaica has the most slave rebellions and some of the longest slave rebellions. I wouldn't even say rebellions, wars, because it wasn't a rebellion. These was wars that was fought in Jamaica versus the British, and we fought off the Spanish early on when the Spanish established Jamaica. So we've been fighting the British, the Spanish. I'm not too sure about you guys in America because I don't know about any treaties that African Americans.
Wait, just speak for yourself. Okay, we just agreed that. See, now I'm going to kick you off and just talk to Ahmadis in a second. I just said it's possible to talk about you without bringing up us.
Okay, I'm talking about Jamaica.
Okay,
I'm talking about Jamaica.
Okay, so just talk about Jamaica. That's it. I mean, like, Brett, you got to be able to talk about you. I mean, I can talk about you without talking about us, and I can talk about us without talking about you. You got to be able to do the same.
So yeah, we established a sovereign nation in Jamaica with our own flag. Coincide.
Did you address my wait? Hold on. Did you address my concerns about why y'all ain't do a Haitian thing? Since y'all outnumber the white man 100 to 1, how come y'all ain't do a full out revolt?
I said we looked at Haiti and we seen that they was economically embargoed. We thought it was better off trading with the British as being the majority after we kicked out the British.
Wait, you never kicked out the British for one.
Sugar, rum, and all the other stuff that we was.
No. You never kicked out the British. You just lied. You never kicked them out. Hey yo, once you guys, bruh, what's up with you, man? All right, look.
We're part of the British Commonwealth.
All right, I'm gonna put you on hold for 1 second. Put you on hold for 1 second. Ahmadis, peace, bro. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Fine, sir. Are you from the islands or the continent of Africa? The continent of Africa?
No, I'm from America.
Okay, I only asked that because I was gonna, just in case I might have to ask you about your country. Okay, so this guy, did you get the question I asked him about Jamaica?
Yeah, that's actually what I was chiming in because
okay, go ahead.
I'm technically half and half. My mom's side is for FBA. My dad's side.
All right, so okay. Now look, I'm not part of the islands at all, but I know a little bit about Jamaican history. So do you know about Jamaican history?
Yep. I do know something about Jamaican history. What I was actually gonna say is because my pop side, my great grandma's actually half Jamaican, half Haitian. It was actually a Jamaican that sparked off the Haitian Revolution. Dutty Bookman. he was a Muslim slave that got sent to Haiti, or at the time, same domain, but sent to Haiti in 1791, I think it was. I don't want to say it for a fact. It might be off.
Nah, it's all good. Yeah.
Sparked off the revolution. Yeah, he actually sparked off the revolution. So Haiti and Jamaica worked together, and technically.
But the question was this, though, Amadi. The question was this, though: how come Jamaica didn't do their own Haiti? Why spark it off in Haiti and not spark it off in Jamaica? That was my thing, because both of you outnumber the white man like 100 to 1. Why not do it in where the countries where you outnumbered the white man? Why was that so difficult? Or unfathomable? Like, why give the white man that much empowerment where we're not going to challenge him physically at all? And that was my question for him. He didn't answer. I'm asking you now. Okay, you're saying a Jamaican brother sparked off the revolution. I mean, to me, like, that could be seen as a bad thing. Hey, brother Ahmadi, that could be seen as you did something with us that you wouldn't do for yourself. Some folks will call that like some agent work. Like, why would you pop off something for us but won't do it for yourself?
Well, I mean, context is important. At the time when that happened, he came at almost like a perfect time. So remember, during this time, the French had already started including some of the Haitians in their army. So they were set up in a way, like for Toussaint, who became one of the generals. They already got some insights how the military worked. They already got some people inside the military. So if you don't know, part of the reason they was able to succeed was because they had the inside. They was making plans. They still was speaking their own languages, hiding in between. That's basically how Haitian Creole developed, because they were speaking their own languages and mixing it with the French and stuff. So that situation was a better situation, or I wouldn't say better, but it was set up better for them to have that revolt. He was killed shortly after, but once it sparked off, it just, it went how it went. But at that time in Jamaica, I'm not even sure what the condition was, but I'm sure it wasn't set up the way it was in Haiti. But you're right, though, from just a logic standpoint. If you the majority, how does it look if you getting enslaved or, basically punked by the minority? I agree with that.
Right. Yeah. So that's my thing to him. And trust me, I understand like other elements why that won't happen. But the reason why I asked that question to old boy is because he is sitting here trying to penalize us for being a minority. Right now, bro, I know that if you, this is to me is a real simple answer if I was a Jamaican. Like, real simple. If we fight with the small fraction of British people in our country, they're going to summon, the rest of Europe, right? To come over to neutralize that small population of Jamaicans. Like, to me, that would be a simple rebuttal, simple reply to my question to him. That's what's going to happen.
What happened. Yeah, that's effectively what happened. Once of course. Because America, even it's documented, America acknowledged that, or they didn't want to acknowledge that vote, and they kind of started backing. That's why Haiti, the situation is in, because all of them kind of ganged up on Haiti, like, hold on now.
Yeah.
Either y'all
sanctions So I was expecting for that. Right, bro. I was expecting that. See, sometimes I like to just see when somebody knows, hey, man, what about this? I'm playing chess with this guy. And for him to not have rebuttals, like, damn, dude, you don't know that. You don't know that white folks wasn't going to take an L. They was going to recruit America, Italy, France, like, who's already involved, but the UK, they were not going to take an L. They were going to come together, which they did slightly with Haiti. And, but the French pulled back because of that revolution, the French let go of Louisiana because they felt like, okay, yeah, exactly. So you would think the brother knows simple history like that.
A lot of people actually don't. They don't know about American history.
Can I just reply with what you just said?
Yeah.
Now
hold on, because hold on, because I'm having an honest conversation for once. So just hold on.
What you're saying that I didn't ask you Western, but I said Jamaicans looked at the Haitian Revolution and they said
Bro, that wasn't. I gotta mute you, my boy. Like you had your shot to speak like this brother right here is. You didn't do it. Like I kept asking, bro, can you justify Jamaica without bringing up FBAs? You couldn't do it, right? So I'm like, yo, let's just talk. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. So now, Anadis, are you familiar with the West Indies Federation?
Somewhat, honestly. I started learning about all this stuff recently. So.
All right. So now, brother, how are you under 30?
Nah, I'm 31.
Okay. All right. Well, you just got over that. Which I'm gonna hold you accountable now. So you're under 30. I wouldn't even bother you. But because you're over 30, I'm gonna get on your ass. Pause, bro. This is some of your history, bro. Okay, because you gotta know this stuff. You gotta know that the islands try to come together and do some pan Caribbean thing over there. Okay, you gotta know that if you're gonna be happy. You gotta know your history. Cause you don't want to come on a podcast like this and talk to. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me set the context though. So not to. Yeah. It is what it is. I didn't find out I was part Caribbean until I was 20 years old. So it's
all right. Yeah, but when did you start reading for yourself though?
Huh?
At what age did you start reading, like for knowledge yourself? What age?
Probably around that time. That's when I met my pops. He's from Haiti.
That's 11-year head start. I don't know, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that to say I didn't. My only connection to the islands is through him. I don't got a reverence or it was cool to learn, but I was raised in America. His granddad is from Mississippi, so even our roots still on both sides still start in America. But I don't know. It's cool to learn. I taught myself. But
what member was it? Grandmother or grandfather who was FBA? No, I'm sorry. Who was Jamaica?
So my great granddad on my pop's side was from Mississippi. In the 50s.
No. Which one was FBA?
That's what I'm saying. He's from Mississippi.
I'm sorry. No, I can't say FBA. I'm sorry. Mom's side. So who was? Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. I got you. My mom's entire side is FBA. My pop's side, right. My great granddad is from Mississippi originally. He moved to Boston in the 50s. He was already in his 60s. He ended up cheating on his wife with a Caribbean woman. And she was half Haitian, half Jamaican. When he passed away, she moved back down to Jamaica. And so then. So
where was she? Where did he meet her at? So where did he meet her at?
In Boston.
Okay, that sounds about right. That's where all these folks is at. Okay.
Yeah, well, from my understanding, in the 50s and late 50s, early 60s, that was when the first Caribbean people started coming to the States. So.
Nah, no. That's false. Brother, you called in the right channel.
Area?
No, yeah. You called in the right channel, bro. Okay. My name is Unbiased Ron. I do this. All right. So Jamaicans and Haitians, they've been here a long time. Just in small numbers, but they've been in Boston. You could talk about Ellis Island, and you could talk about before Ellis Island. They were definitely around in small, tiny numbers, but they were around.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can't say first. I'm gonna say cap on that. Nah, they've been around 1800s.
I ain't arguing.
But small pockets. Yeah, small pockets. Right. Nah, you definitely hear it, but it's small pockets, tiny, but still here. Can't deny that. Still here. Anyway, so there are two waves after. So the most notable two waves were Ellis Island and this Immigration Act of 1965. Those are two notable ways how most black immigrants came to the country. So by you saying 1960s, that's tricky because you're not giving an exact date because 60 can go from 64 to 69, which is a big difference.
Oh yes, yeah, and I don't know the exact date to be honest with you. I'm just going
Big
based
difference.
off
Because the
what I
Immigration Act was 65.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But Boston, but Massachusetts was definitely a place where a lot of black immigrants still today resided in significant numbers, but mostly New York and Florida. That's historically most. That's why when Tariq Nasheed asked where you from, if you don't say a southern state, like most likely you're probably gonna be a black immigrant, especially if you say a northern state. It's not always 100% true, but the odds favor that.
It's pretty close though, because that's where most of
But black immigrants are definitely New York most, Florida second, and tiny anywhere else. So most black Americans don't even know or haven't experienced Jamaican culture, Haitian culture. So like it could be misled that they experienced, those. Nah. Most black Americans didn't. Just New York, Florida, and tiny spots here and there.
But yeah, I was saying that just to say. So my perspective on it is, I started to learn that information as a connection with my pops. He passed 3 years after I met him. That was like my way of honoring them and learning the language, et cetera, et cetera. So.
All right, so Kwame, come back in.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so now if you still remember what you was going to say, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying, to simplify, I said most Jamaicans looked at the Haitian Revolution and see how they got economically embargoed, so they figured it was better off staying with the British and continue trading with them.
Where do you get that knowledge from, bro? That information, where did you get that from? That most Jamaicans, because I maybe disagree. Where'd you get that from? That poll where most Jamaicans felt like that, brother? Because not saying you're wrong, but I'm curious. I'm questioning you with the emoji thinking face right now.
The Jamaican government. I can send you the sources.
Nah, that's good. Nah, guys, no, we ain't doing that tonight. Okay, fine. They said they looked at that and said, nah, it's not feasible for us. We're going to continue trading with the British, and what else?
And eventually we became independent.
No. You're skipping. What happened to the West Indies Federation? What happened with that?
It failed.
Huh? No. Talk about it first. Well, why was the idea there, and what led to the failure of it? What led to the collapse of it, brother? Come on now. You talking to me now? Wait. You're breaking up. I thought it was me at first, but it's you. You're breaking up. Hey, Anandis, is it me or is he breaking up?
He breaking up.
Okay, brother.
Let me hang up and call back.
Yeah, come on now. Yeah, because I'm gonna make you a public example. All right. I ain't Jamaican, but I know your history. Okay, so Anandis, what you're gonna witness is that, like, their important history, right? I know most than all of them. I'll be straight up. Any Jamaican can call in, and I'm gonna cook them on their history. Okay, call in. Please call in and challenge me, and you definitely gonna cook me on my own history. That ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna cook them on yours though. Just call in. Okay, I'm very competitive, by the way. The way I research, I'm competitive as hell. There ain't nobody ever gonna cook me on my history. But I'm gonna cook him when he call back in. I know he don't know about it, and he can't even Google it. I'm still cook him. I will let you guys Google it. I'm still cook you because I'm an in-depth researcher. I'm not a Google researcher.
Yeah, only thing I know about that, they were trying to unify some of the islands down there, but I never really looked into it.
Oh yeah, but it flopped, and it flopped in the most embarrassing way, and that's what I'm gonna cook him on. I know he don't know about it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's easy to like come here and point the finger at us because you're in our country, so you get to see our dirty laundry. But what about you and your country? Let's point at your dirty laundry. And the fact that you're over here is embarrassing because you're claiming that you didn't have to go through degrading things that we have to go through, but you're over here and you're being included with those who you say were degraded. You gotta, when he filed an application, he gotta put Black African American. So they're Anonymous. This makes sense. They're including him with those who were degraded. They don't see him any different. When he selects Black or African American, they are including him into that history. He doesn't get that.
That's true.
He doesn't get that.
That's why when I hear some people talk, some of the freedmen people talk about delineation, that's why, because they want to say when stuff go wrong and they say just Black Americans, but then you find out it wasn't a Black American. Yeah, so I get it.
All right, and it's not, and bro, it's not aimed at Black people when we say delineation. Bro, we believe, like those who do thorough research, we believe white Americans, racist white supremacists, are playing chess with foreign Blacks, unbeknownst to them.
Yeah, that's true. When I talk to my family members, they would say that. They said the misconception, because I don't really get into the spaces a lot. Honestly, I kind of tune in every once in a while. I catch them, like with the Tariq show come on or the one or somebody come on. But a lot of times, I don't know why. Tariq might have said this, I don't know. But the people that come over to the space are, what's a good way to put it? I ain't gonna say they sampled, but they already coming over here with a dislike. But the majority of them people down there, honestly, are indifferent. I ain't gonna say they like Americans or dislike Americans. They going for their own thing down there.
And we know that. And guess what? We don't even say that's what Tariq made a term called tethering. He has a disclaimer all the time. This is not all. This is the ones who are identified by actions, because we have because you're foundation, even though you're still foundation Black American. But if you said some anti stuff to us, you are a coon. Like, so we don't. There's an identification for us and them, for everybody. We call white folks who are disrespecting us racist, white supremacists, right? So there's an identification name for everybody who's attacking us or going against us. So it has nothing to do with Black people. That's like foreign, born or foreigners. It's not about that. It's about people who are going against us, who's adding to team white supremacy. Okay, so that's one thing I got to make very clear. When we call somebody a tether, okay, we're saying that you are team white supremacy. We're not saying you're different. We're saying you got the jersey number and jersey name, team white supremacy.
Right.
So even like the Larry Elders and the Thomas Sowell, these are FBAs. Anton Daniels, I don't know what the hell he is. But some saying FBA, cool, no problem. You're still team white supremacy. Candace Owens, she's FBA. She's had team white supremacy. Even though she's not as, by the way, Candace Owens is not as extreme as the ones I just named. So it's kind of like almost not cool to even add her to those folks, because she's not as extreme as them.
I agree with that.
So, I don't, Chief X respects her. He thinks she's great. I call cap on that, and Chief X can call in, and I can easily prove my point. I don't think he can be able to prove his point on Candace Owens or Thomas Sowell, whoever he identifies or acknowledges on the right wing side as Black. I think if he talks to me, he's going to lose every argument. Thomas Sowell, Larry Elder, or Candace Owens. I think I'm going to cook him on all of them. But are you back, Kwame? Oh, wait, a little man. Oh, goddamn. All right, don't say nothing, Kwame. I gotta rename you real quick so your number don't show. Because when you call in Amandis, when you call in, your number's gonna show. So it's better just don't say nothing. Let me change the number to something random. Get your name, put it in there. You can talk. All right, Kwame, you're back. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, you wanted to talk about the West Indies Federation and why it failed?
Right. Let's first talk. Well, I'm actually not alluding to. I'm talking about it directly. So let's talk about that. Are you familiar with the West Indies Federation?
A little bit. I'm not really well versed into it. I just know it It
Okay.
collapsed basically from nationalism and a host of other things. But I think nationalism.
I mean, you
probably
just
one of
said
the biggest.
absolutely nothing just now. You just said nothing, bro. It collapsed because Jamaicans got out of it. That's why it collapsed, bro. Jamaicans collapsed it. Because once y'all collapsed out of Trinidadian said, hey, basically like they have a quote from their leader at that time saying, hey, if Jamaica's out, it can't work. So they got out as well and looked for independence. So, but Jamaicans bounced out of it first. Now, but to talk to me, to call my podcast and to talk about FBAs in a disfavorable light, you need to know about Jamaica and the failures that you guys have had. You shouldn't be educated by FBA guys.
I didn't call it undermine. You asked me.
No. Of course you don't. Of course you don't. I get it. You don't think that because it's. I do.
Okay,
So and like most FBAs will feel the same way. Right. But that matters though because you're talking to me and I'm opinionated. So are you, and so is Amandus. So my opinion, I think most FBAs will side with me, is that when you call in, is usually anti-FBA rhetoric. It's never like uplifting and showing that you're attacking and trying to minimize.
But
hold on. But I don't want to go that rabbit hole. My point was, you're Jamaican, I'm not. This is a historical event in Jamaica. It's very big. You should know about it, not me. No, there's no apples. You got to get a banana. Okay. So the fact you don't know about it is, to me, is embarrassing, and it's more reason why you shouldn't call here with acting like you're my equal. You should be calling here as a student.
You said the overall reason why because Jamaica pulled out. I said one of the main reasons.
No, I ain't say overall. I just gave you I just summarized it real fast. I didn't give it overall. I just summarized it. But bro, why was it even a thing?
Because
who came up with the idea? No,
we
stop.
thought it was economically better.
Stop. Who came up with the idea?
I'm not 100% sure.
No.
Like I'm not. I
That's
didn't
why you
say
might.
I was well versed.
So you might. Okay, so listen to Daddy. Listen to Daddy.
Listen to
okay?
Daddy.
Yeah, listen to Daddy. Daddy gonna teach you. No, Daddy gonna teach you.
Online.
Well, you don't know until I say something. You don't know it. So I'm your daddy right now. Okay, I'm not your ally. I'm your daddy. We're not allies. Okay, so it was a British idea. Did you know that? It was a white man who thought to unify the islands. It wasn't a black Jamaican idea.
The British
No. It was, okay, hold on. You just said you don't know about it. I go to talk, you start talking. Shut up and listen. It was the British idea for the Caribbean to come under one name, West Indies. It was not a Jamaican or Trinidadian or island idea, bruh. You need to listen and learn. Who funded it? Or who put up bread for it? Any bread. Probably. That's why you're my son. You're my son. How come Jamaica didn't add no money in there? Come. Or Trinidad. Come. How come no island added money into that? See, you my son. You got to listen. Yeah, exactly. Listen to me, my boy. Okay. So now
that made you feel better.
Yeah. No, don't make me feel better. You listen to Daddy. Okay, I'm your daddy today. Now watch this. They were supposed to come under one umbrella. It was a British idea to unite the islands to come under one umbrella to seek independence. Okay, it was a British white man idea to say y'all islands there need to come under to one term, one terminology, West Indian, right? No more West Indian, no more Jamaican and Trinidadian and St. Croix and Barbados. This stuff is dividing y'all. Come under one name. Okay, so now they tried to. It took 4 years before it flopped. You don't know that. I know that. It took 4 years. That's it. Amandus, 4 years. They gave up. 4 years too long for them. Jamaicans were the first to bow out, and then everybody just left. Okay, but bro,
it was actually 6 years. But go on.
No, it was 4 years. It was 4 years. You liar.
Started in
4 years. Now, it's 4 years. And now all of a sudden you a teacher. Okay, you my son. It's 4 years, and I'm gonna keep going. You want banana?
It started with the British Caribbean Federation Act in 1956.
Hey, bro. I'm talking about when the island got on code to agree to it. Okay, I'm talking about when they got on code and agreed to it. That was 4 years. I ain't talking about what happened before it. I'm talking about the islands to come together and say, yes, it's a great idea. Let's do it. 4 years. Shut up. Now, do you know why it flopped? Let's go there.
I just told you nationalism was one of the main key reasons why.
Give me a case in point. Give me a case in point. Give me an example.
You just said Jamaica pulled out. Everybody.
No.
Everybody.
That's the summary. No. That's the summary, stupid. I'm talking about actually when they were trying to get along, what happened to make them say, hey, I don't rock with you. I don't rock with you. I don't rock with you. Now I didn't say, nah, we good. We good.
First of all, the lack of the population supporting it and nationalism.
No. You can Google all you want, stupid. That's not what happened. What happened was this.
I'm not Googling nothing.
Exactly. So listen, my son. No. Okay, well, listen, my son. Watching this game. Listen, my son. I'm not watching no game. Listen, my son. That's not what happened. What happened was, Amandis, they were supposed to come under the umbrella West Indian, no longer Jamaican and everything else. But Jamaicans cannot do that. Jamaicans will call themselves Jamaican first and West Indian second. That's what caused the collapse. Hey, bro, I said give me specific things, events that happened. You're just talking some generic.
I just told you
okay.
lack of public support.
No. Okay, but that's not nothing though. I gave you something. I said Jamaicans refuse to call themselves West Indian first and go with the whole ideology of the West Indian Federation concept. They said, nah, I'm Jamaican first. I'm Jamaican first. I ain't West Indian first. Okay. Hey, bro, be quiet while I educate. Shut up. You don't know. And I ain't trying to kick you off, but be quiet so I can finish. Because you have not researched it. You say you know a little bit, so shut up. I know more than a little bit. So Jamaicans did not want to call themselves West Indian first because they felt like they were the most influential. They had the most money. They had the most numerous. That population was through the roof. So they refused to be on the level as the smaller island countries. They refused to be on their level. It was an ego thing. Like, nah, we got more influence, more population, more money. We can't be equals. That's how they felt with the smaller islands, my boy. You're a student. You're my son. So that's what caused the collapse. They refused to look at other smaller islands as their equals and share equal power. And I forgot, there was a third island who was supposed to handle the money. And Jamaica refused to let them have that responsibility. So it was Jamaicans who, in 4 years of all the islands coming together, it was Jamaicans who said, nah, we're good. This ain't gonna work. We're going for independence. And then that's what forced Trinidad to go for independence because the idea was cooked. But go ahead and try. Wait. No, before you go, let Amanda say something to that. Because he said he researched a little bit. Amanda, is that what you recall? Something similar? Go ahead, bro.
That's from what I remember learning about it. That's pretty accurate. It didn't make any sense though, because it would have put Jamaica in a position. Really, they would have been not the main, but yeah, they became the power players in the Caribbean at least.
Yeah,
so no matter how
it
you
was
look
them
at
in Trinidad.
Wise, yeah. So what made me curious about it is because technically Haiti isn't, even though it's part of the Caribbean, the other islands don't really rock
at all
like that. And then
even Guyana is considered South American and not really island. Yeah, and that was shocking to me when I found out about that.
But then you turn around and, of course, you know the relationships with the Dominicans. They don't consider them Latin with them, so Haiti's kind of ostracized from everybody, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of that,
this is also history. Jamaicans look at Haitians. Matter of fact, forget about Haiti. Jamaicans look at I'm gonna say now. I'm gonna say back. Others as inferior, and this will cause a lot of matter of fact Haitians too, by the way. So now I'm thinking about Haitians too. They looked at Haitians as inferior. So Jamaicans had this like puffed up ego that they were the superior in the islands and Haiti. They had the superior complex to everybody in that region, including Haiti. That's a fact.
Are you familiar with the comedian Patrice O'Neal?
No.
He passed away probably 2011, but he used to have a saying about that. It's a quote unquote white group of every group. So he said like the Puerto Ricans are considered the most prestigious of the Latinos, the Jamaicans are the most prestigious of the Japanese, et cetera, et cetera. So what you're saying is true, because Jamaicans do treat the others as if they under them.
Yo, Trinidad right now, this is current day. He won't know this because he's too focused about what FB is doing. Trinidad right now was blocking Jamaicans from entering the country. That was a big thing with Jamaican government, heads of government versus Trinidad government. They were blocking Jamaicans from entering to Trinidad. That's current to date news.
How come?
They won't let them in. But they felt like they were degenerates. They're going to come and bring down the country. I mean, they're going to bring crime in, which they do in their country. By the way, bro, Jamaica is the most violent country in the world. They are the Chicago of the world. They've been that for like 60 years, bro. Ever since the British left them and gave them independence, they've been the most violent country in the world. Straight. Bro,
even
the word baby mama.
All these countries over there having wars?
Yes. Baby mama comes from Jamaica. The word, it was baby mama. Baby mada. Like in English, we say baby mother, but that came from the 1960s, where Black American marriages were 30% successful or married. Jamaica had a baby mother problem back in the 1960s, bro. It was called baby mada.
That is true.
So they would, oh yeah, listen, I know about jackets. That's what I said. I will cook a Jamaican.
Oh, wow.
I will cook them. I know about their sexual predators. I know about women being raped, I'm sorry, YouTube, raped, and the graper don't get prosecuted. I know about this. I cover it. Matter of fact, I'm subscribed to the Gleaner. I'm subscribed to AA. This gonna hurt Kwame and American Dream. I'm subscribed to the Gleaner Radio, whatever it is, channel. I'm getting all y'all up-to-date news today about Jamaica. I'm that guy. I'm a real researcher. I know what's going on in Jamaica today that's bad and degenerate.
And just the time, because when I first caught you live, what you were saying at the time was, how can you come over here and you left your country, but then to come over here and basically criticize the black people in this country? I do agree with that to an extent, because what happens is they won't then acknowledge what's going on in their country, so then it makes the argument like bad faith, basically. So you only saying this because you just don't like us. We're not having an open dialogue about what's actually going on and how to fix it, et cetera, et cetera. It's just one feeling like they need to attack the other. They don't.
Bro, you have a whole channel undermining Caribbeans or Africans. And then you have the nerve to say that Jamaicans or Caribbeans come over here to undermine Black Americans when we have a plethora of people that came over here to fight for things that was going on in America for Black Americans. Marcus Garvey, Stokely Carmichael, and a host of others. So for you to act like we undermine y'all is kind of ridiculous. Second of all, you really didn't disagree with anything I said. I said that one of the major issues why the West Indies Federation collapsed was because of nationalism. But go ahead, you carry on.
I'm sorry, you're talking to
Did you hear me?
Kwame, go. Yeah, I hear you. I want Kwame to respond.
Yeah, I say you have a whole channel dedicated to undermining Africans in the Caribbean. So for you to get on here and ask me and my anti-Black Americans, when I support reparations, I support a host of other things that Black Americans are fighting for. Second of all, you didn't really disagree with anything I said. I said one of the major issues why the West Indies Federation collapsed was because of nationalism. So Jamaica pulled out because they wanted to be more Jamaican or gain independence. That
yeah, but they undermine. Wait. Start there. All right, because you misrepresented me. You said undermine Africa and Jamaica or the islands, and you never give an example. You just rant. See, I'm honest. The difference between me and him. Slow down. Just slow down for a second. Hey, bro, just slow down for a second. Slow down. I'm trying to explain something. The difference between me and you is that I can articulate my issues with whomever. Point precision. You can't do that. You have not. I said, bro, show me anti or undermining Africa or the islands. You haven't done that just yet. Now, let's go back. You said Jamaica pulled out. Bro, no, they didn't just pull out. Their mind, history records what Jamaica did. Trinidad records, not just history. Trinidad records Jamaica as undermining the West Indian Federation. Remember, West Indies Federation. That's recorded historically. That's not my opinion. Okay, Trinidad News say Jamaica undermined the West Indies Federation. They was eagle. So my thing is, how can we do a pan anything with people like that couldn't do a pan with themselves? How can they do a pan with us overseas when they can't do a pan with themselves? 4 years, you said 6 years. Either way, that's a short period. That's a short time span. Okay? That's short to give up. That should be 20, 30 years. Why y'all can't do what Burkina Faso did with Guinea, Mali, and Niger? Why y'all give up in 4 years? That's my issue. But for you to sit here, now, I'm going to give you opportunity. I'm going to be quiet for 5 minutes. Tell me how, and be specific. Be specific. How have I undermined Africa or both the islands? I'm gonna literally go on mute. Go.
Okay, you do shows on
wait. You can respond because I don't want to pigeonhole you. You can respond before you do that. You can respond to anything I said tonight. I'm gonna give you 10 minutes, right? Okay. You can respond to anything I said tonight, and then for the last 5 minutes, do that. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, for one, I agree with you that Jamaica pulled out, so it could seem as undermining. And I said one of the major issues with the West Indies Federation was nationalism. Jamaica wanted to be independent, and they didn't want to come under a conglomerate under the West Indies Federation. So yes, nationalism was one of the key reasons why it collapsed. Second of all, you said how do you undermine? Well, you speak about Marcus Garvey. You only call him a scammer. You never talk about the goods that Marcus Garvey did. You never talk about the business that he helped establish or anything like that. You just talk about he was a scammer. He came to America to scam Black Americans, which is totally not true. I vehemently disagree with that. You never talk about the goods that's going on in Africa. You speak about Ibrahim Traoré and you undermine his accomplishment and say, well, he got rid of one white supremacy to link up with another white supremacy. Well, that's not really true. You don't talk about the goods that the AAUs were doing. You only undermine them. You undermine other contributions that Caribbeans did. I talked about the Caesar Savannah, how Haitians came, they were fighting for their own, and they still came and fought in the revolutionary war. Haitians.
Bro, you're breaking up, bro. I just want you to know you're breaking up. I'm only invading because you're breaking up. That's why. I'm still quiet. I'm on mute. But you sound good now, but you were. I ain't gonna let you talk and be not heard. So you were breaking up. That's why. Somebody want to go back 30 seconds, and I'm gonna go back on mute. So even though I disagree, I'm not gonna cut in. Yeah, I'm gonna go back on mute.
Okay. I talked about the Caesar Savannah, how Haitians helped fight in the Revolutionary War. You undermine that, said, oh, they didn't come to help us when they was fighting in the Revolutionary War to help establish America from the British. You undermine the Haitian that have founded Chicago. You try to minimize his accomplishment to say, oh, it was just a trading point, when the man is literally deemed and called the pioneer and the father of Chicago. You undermine that. So I don't really see where you don't undermine Africa or the Caribbean. You talk about some of our greatest leaders and call them scammers, i.e. Marcus Garvey. So when it comes to you're very undermining of the Caribbean's and African accomplishments and contribution to America. I talked about Stokely Carmichael. You minimize his influence and what he was doing in the civil rights movement, and big up A. Philip Randolph and Bayard Rustin and how they was the leaders of the civil rights movement, which is cool. Kwame Ture was a big influence on the civil rights movement. You undermine him, undermine a host of other Africans that contribute to America. So I don't really get when you say things like that. I don't undermine nothing Black Americans do. I just point out the facts. Black Americans have done some of the most amazing things for the diaspora and the African continent as a whole. So I really don't understand when you say that we come here and undermine when we have been some of the biggest contributions to Black Americans. If you look at New York, where we established some of the most amazing businesses and small businesses in New York. We have communities, we have neighborhoods that we help the wealth gap to bring in the wealth gap as homeowners, small business owners, and you're probably gonna undermine and say we're undercut. I don't really see.
You bring it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You break it up again. Yeah, you break it up. Yeah, you're still breaking up. Okay, I want you to go in. I'm writing down what you're saying. I'm gonna cook you. You know, so go in a little harder. All right, because I'm gonna cook you.
Can you hear me better? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. Yeah, better now. A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So you undermine the Caribbeans that came and fought in the Revolutionary War. You undermine the Caribbeans that helped establish major cities in America. You undermine Marcus Garvey, who's probably one of the greatest Black men in history, and call him a scammer. You undermine Stokely Carmichael's contribution to the civil rights. You also undermine Ibrahim and you
bring it up again. You bring it up again.
Go ahead and respond.
You bring it up again, brother. Bro, you break it up.
Respond.
Now you breaking up. I can't respond because you breaking up.
I'll go on mute.
No. Don't go on mute. That's what I don't want you to do. Do not go on mute.
Can you
want to
hear
have
me now?
an interaction with you. Yeah. So you said Marcus Garvey was the best. Garvey to you?
Can you say that again? You was breaking up.
Okay, so Marcus Garvey was the best Black what?
Marcus Garvey was
Nah, you breaking up, man. Nah, don't start breaking up now. Nah, yo, go to that, get out the basement and go in you because I want to cook you. Human population of the world know not to ever challenge me on Marcus Garvey. So I'm so glad you give me the alley-oop. I'm a Sean Kemp, LeBron James, Giannis dunked this one. Hey, bro, get to a good area. Okay, because I want to make you a public example on Marcus Garvey.
Yeah,
right?
like I said, you undermine Marcus
Okay, wait, no.
accomplishments.
Okay, I got. Wait, I heard you. He had no accomplishments. Yeah. Name one.
He helped set up businesses and help organize Black people in America.
Okay, so now watch this. How did he? Wait, okay, I got you. How did he get money for businesses?
The donation, the same way Tariq does.
Oh, no. You see what I'm saying, chat? You see that now? When I ask him a question, he keep bringing up us. I'm asking you about 19, 15, 20. We're not talking about 2025. I'm asking about Marcus Garvey, not Tariq Nasheed, not Nelson Mandela, nobody else. Marcus Garvey, how did he get the money? Because Tariq never took donations. Okay, so give me the
crowdfunding.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. So now, okay. Let's talk about Tariq very shortly. Okay. So did Tariq tell people when they crowdfund, right? Okay, I can see that could be seen as a donation. Okay. When he did that, did he tell them that he's going to deliver them from white supremacy?
I'm not sure. I know that he had a
okay. Wait, no. Okay, bro, relax. Hey, relax, man. Let's just have an honest discussion built on integrity. I'm just asking you. If you don't know, just shut the fuck up and say I don't know. I'm asking you, bro. When he did crowdfunding or whatever else, did he tell them I'm going to deliver you from white supremacy? From your recollection, yes or no?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so shut up on that then. Okay, only speak on what you know. All right, that's what I respect.
I can speak on.
Okay, wait a minute. Hey, just hold on. Hey, bro, just relax. You're gonna get there. Yeah, scamming. We'll get there. Just write that down. Write down scamming. I'm gonna cook you on that too. Okay. So now, did Marcus Garvey say he would deliver Black Americans from white supremacy? Yes or no?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so why would you speak on two people you don't know anything about? Tariq or Marcus Garvey? Why would you do that?
You asked me a specific quote. I'm not sure Marcus
right. Yeah. But so now the follow-up question, he said you don't know for both. So the follow-up question is, why would you speak on two people you have not researched or know little to nothing about? What's your answer to that?
I could speak on Tariq because he had a donation set up for
Wait, but I'm asking you. But I asked you something. But I got you. But I'm asking you about something specific. You said crowdfunding, and I conceded. See, I could do something you can do. I concede. I said, yeah, crowdfunding can be seen as a donation. I take that back. You see, I can do that. See, when you have integrity, you can admit, yeah, I might have said something too fast. Okay, I can take that L and back up. Crowdfunding is like a donation, no problem. I could back up. You see how I can do that? I could take an L and back up. Brother, listen, your ego is your problem, man. Okay. So pride comes before the fall. I can say, yeah, I spoke a little too fast. You're right, crowdfunding, donation. Okay. But now, two different things. Since you brought up Tariq, I asked about Marcus Garvey. You brought up Tariq. So you're comparing Marcus Garvey to Tariq. You, not me, you. So Marcus Garvey promised something to Black Americans that Tariq never did. So I asked you this. I said, did Tariq ever promise Black folks when they donate or do when they donate during the crowdfunding, did he ever promise to deliver them from white supremacy or systemic racism? You say you don't know. Okay, so you don't know. You don't know means you don't know. I don't know. I'm dumb in that area. Okay, so I asked you about Marcus Garvey. You said I don't know again. So you're dumb in that area. So I'm like, okay, so why are you speaking on two individuals where you don't know something? Okay, don't forget, you're talking to me, somebody who know a little something. So I want to have a good conversation for the chat. We got about 100 folks listening, bro. Okay, you gotta know that people are listening. You can make a name for yourself, but you're doing a poor job because you don't know nothing, but you keep talking like you do, which is interesting. I don't talk on things I don't know. Okay, so let's focus on Marcus Garvey. So now you brought up Tariq. Now I asked about Marcus Garvey. You brought up Tariq. So let's just talk about Marcus Garvey. Because I asked you, I called you about Tariq. You don't know, so shut up on Tariq. So let's focus on Marcus Garvey. Okay, so Marcus Garvey. So these independent businesses. Okay, because you're not talking about the Black Star line. Are you talking about when you say businesses? Are you talking about the Black Star ship line thing, or other businesses? Let me know before I cook you.
I'm talking about the supermarkets and the other small businesses.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Got you. Dude, R.I.P. you. You're gonna die tonight. Okay, figuratively. How did he get the money for those endeavors?
I just said crowdfunding.
Okay, no. Listen. Wait. He sold stocks and shares, right? Right.
That was mainly for the ships.
Sir, what else did he sell? He never said, hey, give me money for this idea I got. He only sold stocks and shares, right?
Yeah.
For money. Okay. This is a barbecue. You're invited to the barbecue. You're getting cooked. Okay, so now, he told those foundational Black Americans, you're buying. You're not crowdfunding like Tariq Nasheed. You're spending. You're investing. You're not donating. You're investing in ships. So to take that money and buy cleaners, a laundromat, McDonald's, that's called deception. They bought stocks to the Black, fool. You need to research the stuff. They bought stocks to the Black Line business for ships, not for cleaners, not for McDonald's or something else. Okay, this is why you getting cooked by me tonight. They invested to get a return on their investments. A donation is the opposite of that. When they donate to a Tariq Nasheed crowdfunding, it's a donation. There's no there is no thought of I'm gonna get a return on what I just donated. Donation means it's gone. It's gone. And he delivered every time. Different story. Marcus Garvey never delivered. See, a scammer promised something and don't deliver. If you deliver, you're not a scammer. That's the difference. Again, you're talking to me. I'm biased Ron. I'm not those
Did he
folks
deliver on the host for Haiti?
On the who?
Did he deliver on the host for Haiti and the donations he received for that?
Yeah. Okay. So watch this. I can only answer to what he said, and you got to follow up. He said that he delivered on the donation. He invested in Haitian homes and those things after the earthquake. Now, what you got to do is go do research to prove that did not happen. Okay, and if you can't do that,
it didn't happen. He never built a house. He never built a house in Haiti. Not one.
Okay, so how do you know that?
Name the house that Tariq Nasheed built in Haiti.
No, not back on me. I'm asking you. How do you know that?
It's no, because there's no evidence.
The evidence. We need to know the evidence, not just you talking. Okay, but anyway, you don't know, so stop there. It ain't about him. We're talking about Marcus Garvey. A good try.
Okay.
I just want to show, yes. I just want to show you know what you're talking about. Okay, so back to Marcus Garvey.
You undermined the accomplishments he did.
Wait, no. So now I'm gonna do all of them. Ibram Ture, I'm gonna do all of them. I wrote it down. I got you. Ibram Ture, Jamaica, the West Indies, the on the Revolution. I wrote it all down. I got you. I'm doing one at a time. Okay. So Marcus Garvey. Okay. So now Marcus Garvey sold stocks to investors for a dream that they will escape white supremacy. Okay, go. Okay, that they'll escape white supremacy. Okay, so now let's focus on Tariq's not in the question because when you talk your trash, you said Jamaica, West Indies, immigrant race, the Haitians for in the revolution. I don't see Tariq in my notes. Okay, so don't bring him up now. You didn't bring him up. You said other things, so don't bring him up now. Let's talk about what you brought up. I wrote it down. Okay, I'm a real journalist. Wrote it down. Okay, so Marcus Garvey told investors to invest in ships, stocks for ships, to get them out of the country where they could flee from systemic racism. But instead, he started to purchase businesses in America, the country they're supposed to be fleeing. Kwame, explain that.
Well, those small businesses was employing black people to help bring in the wealth gap that was going on in the 1920s.
Kwame, he told them to invest in ships to leave the country, but he's investing in businesses to stay in the country and make money. Explain that, brother.
How do you know it's not a short term? It wasn't a short term goal.
Hey, brother,
to bring in more,
when you
bring in more revenue.
Got you, brother. When you invest in a ship to leave the country, but the money is going to businesses in the country, is that not deception, a lie, or false advertisement, or you call that integrity?
No, those could be short term businesses to help
No.
more revenue.
Hey, brother, I got it. Like right now, Kwame, I can say, bro, invest in my prize picks. I picked some people in the playoffs, the next game, Pacers, to go ham, go crazy. You know, the odds, the spread, whatever. And dude, we don't win some money. But bro, I don't invest all the money in that. I put some of that money in my barbershop or my bodega or a laundromat. Brother, I wasn't honest where your money was going. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So when Marcus Garvey sells stocks for ships, and he takes the money not to buy ships, but to establish businesses in America, is that truthful or that's untruthful? Where what people are investing in?
Depends.
Brother, if wait. If I'm an investor, you know what an investor is, right? An investor is told that they will get a return. Okay, and by the way, he was told they will get a return on their investment. When you give me A, B, and C money, you don't get money back.
If you invest, you expect the ROI. Like that's simple business.
Okay, yeah, okay, got it. But if I'm told, do you watch American Greed at all?
Yeah.
Okay. See, Tether, that's what happens. See, Marcus Garvey, American Greed. He told them that their finance or their investment is going to one thing, but he put it somewhere else. Is that full disclosure, or is that not full disclosure? Your reputation.
We don't know. You don't know.
No. Hey, bro. I don't want to mute you, but you got 100 folks listening live right now. Right, it's one of our largest on this channel, largest viewership, bro. Listen. You can be respected. You got a YouTube channel you want to do later on. This is no integrity, bro. You ain't not coming. You can be like American Dream. You're gonna go along. So now, listen, bro. If Marcus Garvey is selling stocks to his ship line, but he's putting the money in businesses in America, laundromats, supermarkets, things for folks to stay here. Is that full disclosure, or is that not.
How do you know it? How do you know if it was for folks?
Okay.
How do you not know
This is no. Okay, let me put my thing up. I'm about to mute you in a second. Okay, I got my mute thing up. Okay, all right. Forget about you. Amandus, you still there?
Yeah,
Amandus, let me know if you're still there. Okay, cool. Because I didn't mute Kwame just yet, but I will in a second. Brother, do you have a YouTube channel, by the way?
I do not know.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm not gonna say shout it out. Okay, brother, if I told you that give me $100 and I'm gonna invest it, you heard of FanDuel or DraftKings?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Okay, so if I told you, if you give me $100, I'm saying right now, give me $100, bro, I got a lineup for the OKC game that's going to make money. And I'm saying, bro, I'm going to invest the $100 in the lineup, in the FanDuel. I mean, there's a FanDuel, option, what they call it, like there's an entry that's for $100, right? And you put in there and you win. That much money, you're going to win a lot of money. Okay, and first place get 100,000 or even $1 million, right? Because in itself be $1 million. So $1 million, right? And you give me $100. Of course that's not a lot of money. It's not gonna make you go in debt. But bro, if I invest $40 in that and take the other 60 and put in other things, did I do what I said I was gonna do for you?
No.
Okay. So now, in American standards, right, is that called honest transparency, or is that called I did something that I didn't say I was going to do? Like so to make it real simple, did I go against my word?
Yeah.
Okay. So in America,
but honestly speaking, his legacy is really dependent, because even in Jamaica, a lot of Jamaicans don't even really rock with Garvey like that.
No, they never did, and neither did the Jamaicans in London that didn't rock with him. Like he failed 3 times. He failed in Jamaica initially. He came to America. He failed 4 times. Came to America and failed. Came back to Jamaica and failed. Went to London and failed. Okay, brother, listen. I am a Marcus Garvey-ologist, not this clown. Okay, because I can ask him questions he'll never know the answer to. He's my son tonight. I got to teach him. So now, watch this. So Marcus Garvey told these folks that their money was going to the Black Star Line company, enterprise, whatever, and it's going to be ships, or like, let's say not just ships, but he was going to do trades, right, internationally. That's what he said. But he is now. Keep in mind, the goal was to get out of America. He got big in America, Ahmadis, because he said, first of all, he came during the time of the red summer. Do you know what the red summer is?
Yeah, I heard it before.
Okay, but you can't recall it, right?
Nope.
Okay, Kwame, do you know what the red summer is?
I have no clue.
Okay, cool. This is why it's making it hard. This is why, hey, anybody in the chat who want to call in, who think can do better, please, I want a better challenge. Ask the phone number, I put it in there. You can do better. The red summer was red summer because bloodshed. The KKK, white supremacists were killing black folks left and right. What's it called? It got disconnected. My mind just got disconnected. But Kwame, the white folks were going crazy. I think like the most lynchings happened. White folks were just killing black folks. It's called red because of blood. Okay. So Marcus Garvey came a little bit after that, and he was given an alternative solution to our issue. So this is coming off the red summer. So we're feeling like we're unprotected, like there's no black person or black force field or government or military that can defend us from this onslaught. So Marcus Garvey came with the perfect ideology. Hey, let's leave the country. We can't beat them. Let's leave. So that's how he got his momentum. if I may. Came up Red Summer. So we wanted to, I brought that up because this is my personal belief on you, my personal assessment on you. I believe you got ADHD because I talk to you and you don't respond to what I said. You just say what you want to say. Okay, so I'm telling you the time frame. Red Summer, the most black deaths in the country probably ever, all right, under like white supremacy. So Marcus Garvey came with an alternative solution. Hey, other than what we were teaching, we were doing civil rights and, you know, get along in this country. Marcus Garvey came with, let's lead the country, period. So black folks got on that bandwagon. They were trying to get away from another red summer, red winter, Kwame. So when he invests in businesses to stay in the country, that's a contradiction to his resolution. We're trying to get out the country. We're afraid. We're defeated. We want to flee. We want to get out the country. Okay, Kwame. So I'm saying you got ADHD because I say things, and when you talk, you just ignore everything I say. You just say what you want to say. You got to respond to what I'm saying. I'm giving context. So we rock with Garvey because he had a solution that nobody would ever said before. Hey, let's not during their time. Let's just leave the country. Let's go to Africa. The hell with white supremacy and white supremacists. Okay? So when we gave him money to invest, and I gave him, when we invested, we didn't give him shit for free. We invested. He didn't ask for donation like Tariq Nasheed. He lied and says you're investing. He would have been better off by being honest like Tariq Nasheed and say, hey, give a donation. But he used the word investment. And that's what, if nothing else, makes him a scammer. Because he redirected the funds to other things that we were not investing in. You cannot do that, bro. Like, that's why he got locked up and fined for that, which you don't know about. He got fined for mishandling the investment funds. Okay, $100 at that time was a lot of money, like 10, 30 grand time. So he paid the penalty for doing that. But again, you wouldn't know that because you're tethered. You don't have to research. Okay, so and you have, like I said earlier, donations. I corrected myself, saying I concede to that. Yeah, Tariq had donations. You have never ever did that until I embarrassed you about the lecture cards, but you was forced to do it. But you never in your own will ever say, you know what? Yeah, all right, I take that back. This is what it is. So Marcus Garvey took investments. He sold stocks. Tariq Nasheed never sold stocks, never promised you a return on your investment. Marcus Garvey did. And he promised those guys that they're going to make a shitload of money. Okay? That's what he told these folks. And he promised them this Wakanda life in Africa without ever visiting Africa. Marcus Garvey had no idea how colonized Africa was. He had no idea that he'd be sending us to another slave master. He had no idea that. He had no idea that that Liberia was initially set up by white supremacists. You know that? And it was a country that was heavily underdeveloped. Because that's what he's trying to send us to. He's trying to send us to Liberia. So and they had like some issues there. He didn't know that because he never visited Africa. And Kwame, are you still there?
I'm here
Hello?
listening to the ad hominem attacks. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, it's just real talk. So now, when Marcus, so are you familiar with Marcus Garvey sending us to Liberia?
That was one of the goals, yeah.
So another country he was trying to send us to?
No.
So you said one.
In Sierra Leone.
No. He never said that. Shut up. You're lying. He never said that. You talk about you're lying, bro. You're lying. He said Liberia. You disgusting, dirty liar. Okay, so now, did he ever arrange something with the Liberian president? Kwame? Okay, so the dusty, no sock wearing tether, Kwame, first time hung up voluntarily. So Marcus Garvey never arranged anything with the Liberian president. The Liberian president went, because a ship actually came over there from America. Marcus Garvey convinced some FBAs to sell over there, right? They got arrested right away, and they got deported back to America. And the president of Liberia put out a memo saying to Marcus Garvey and his followers to don't ever come back. So Marcus Garvey was selling stocks, receiving investment funds, selling a dream to foundational Black Americans that they will escape white supremacy, systemic racism by going to Liberia. But the Liberian president put out a public memo and said, don't ever come back. You're not welcome. That is a scammer. Now, we got cancel in the chat talking trash. I'm gonna time him out for a little bit because he been going wild. Just for 10 minutes. Hey, cancel. I'm gonna put you in time out for 10 minutes, bro. Because one thing you cannot do here is go that crazy in the chat and don't call in. I do not support cowards. Okay, so now Kwame, he's retarded, but he called in. But cancel. You can't talk that reckless. And yeah, by the way, y'all got wrenches. Y'all could time out cowards like cancel. Y'all don't need me to do that. Just don't delete them. 30 minutes, 10 minutes. But make sure you feel like it's a worthy penalty. Don't over exaggerate because a guy disagreed 30 minutes. But if they troll like cancel, matter of fact, if they troll at all, give them the opportunity to call in. Say, hey, call in. Tag them. Say, call in. If they don't call in and they troll, now you can time out for 30 minutes. Because I'm not going to tolerate that. If you oppose what I'm saying and what you're saying so much, so vehemently, you should call in and express your. Okay, you said express your thoughts, right, verbally. All right.
Back in the book segment tonight, a follow-up to my talking points memo on why some African Americans are failing in the marketplace. It's mostly about poor education, fractured families, and a culture that does not prepare folks to compete in the competitive marketplace. To make that point, I compared African Americans to Asian Americans. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, unemployment for Asians, 4.5%, 11.4% for blacks, 5.3% for whites. Out of wedlock births, 17% for Asians, 29% for whites, a whopping 72% for blacks. Right.
But the main point, the evidence against it, I think, is that black African immigrants who are often darker than American blacks, who are often darker than American black, thrive in America. If there's so much racism, how do Nigerians do so well? They out-earn the average white American.
Well, because they are motivated and they'll do jobs that other people
They have
do.
two parents,
right.
And they were raised differently.
Recent immigrants to the U.S. are diverse with regard to selectivity. Hyperselectivity refers to a dual positive selectivity in which immigrants are more likely to have graduated from college than non-migrants in sending countries. So go read this because we kind of went through it. But these people from Nigeria, from Cuba, from Asia, all many parts like China and India, they're all hyperselected. So don't let them talk to you about culture. They are chosen because they come in already highly educated. So you have a nation that locked Adolf, American descendants of slavery, out of all access to education for hundreds of years. Bring in people that are here with degrees in psychology or the like. And then they want to tell us or ask general pop America why y'all not doing as well as us. Well, bring the other ones over, the ones that do this with the bread. The ones doing this with the bread, bring him over. Bring him over. Bring the dude that make the Nike shoe. Bring him. Bring those people. Let's see how culture sets. Okay. Yes, Indian immigrants to the United States are considered hyperselected. Hyperselectivity is a term used to describe immigrant groups that are more likely to have college degrees than both their non-migrant counterparts and the host society.
Yeah, so what you said, MC Fact, is true, that immigrants are given help from the government. We are the only people to ever live in America without government help. Okay, we were over 100 years locked out of government help. Everybody, the people who got the most government help, which is not even close, are white people. And they got the nerve to be talking about handouts. So when they say reparations and they equate it with handouts and coons and tethers like Anton Daniels or Thomas Sowell, Larry Elder, white supremacists like Nick Fuentes, when they repeat that, okay, it's just a lie. It's a lie. Nobody got more handouts than white folks. And a handout is something that's unearned. A handout is what the government and taxes, or even what the government call period, not just taxes. It could be welfare, it could be taxes, it could be business. The government call a handout a gift, right? Because even with child support, you got to be very clear. The dad that's paying. You got to make sure that your contributions to child support isn't deemed as a gift. If it is, you're in trouble. Same thing with marriage, right? Or not marriage, relationship. If you give a woman a ring and you can't ask for it back if it's gifted. Okay? So a gifted is something unearned, just here. Here you go. Take it and do what you want with it. No obligations, no strings attached. It's yours, right? Birthday gifts, right? Christmas gifts, unearned. Okay, so white folks have been getting that for their entire existence in America. We've been locked out of that. Whatever we got it from the mud, literally. Black Wall Street was created without any help, any tax incentives, without anything. We had obstacles actually in front of us, and we still got that done. All right, we still got it done. Against all odds, we got a Black Wall Street done. That's why Tesla got to be careful. It's like, where's your Black Wall Street? And when did you ever fight against all odds like us? We had literal physical obstacles. We had things like zoning laws. We had sundown towns. We had the KKK literally blocking us, physically blocking us. What about Black Reconstruction? We were elected into offices right after Emancipation Proclamation. What did the Klan do? The Klan physically removed us from those elected offices and put us in a so got to be careful. But look, back that James Small and Tariq discussion for you, and I'm gonna get because when I made the video, I didn't give commentary because I didn't want to anybody's opinion. I wanted you to hear the raw double talk from Professor Smalls. So let me just share that real fast. Hold on. Just letting it load up. And anybody want the phone number, just let me know. I can add you on. So, just real quick, by the way, borrow time, this was a replay from last night. My backup channel was Liddy. We had about almost 100 live viewers over there. We got almost 3,000 views in like just a few hours, you dig? So my backup channel is Liddy. It's a FBA news and updates. I'll put the link. If you're not subscribed, you might want to get there. Is Liddy. All right. So yeah, we went live last night, yesterday evening into the late night, about 3 hours. So I actually shortened it to about an hour and a half today. It was like a 3 hour, almost like a 3 hour live. All right. So yeah, so it was Liddy. You guys missed out the live, but I will put the link in the channel. Again, the Cash App is pinned to the top. If you want me to tackle these coons and keep the updates information going on, support, thank you. But I'm gonna give commentary on this double talk from Professor James Smalls. I'm gonna put the link to the backup. The backup channel is becoming the new channel. We only got 300 subscribers there, by the way, and we still did 90 live viewers, which is like unheard of on YouTube. All right, that was what, a third of the subscription was tuned in. That's not what happens normally on YouTube. Normally, if you got 100,000 subscribers, you got like a tenth, if that, viewing you live. So we did good numbers yet last evening, right? Like I said, anybody wanna got a testimony, wanna call number, anybody who dispute what FB is about, definitely ask for the number.
I don't understand where their brains are when they say, I'm not an African. And all this tells me is that self-hate, self-ignorance, lack of understanding of African history and of history in general. No, we have to get our brains straight. We have to understand what being an African means. You know, you're going to give me the white slop and then give it a name like Foundation of Black America. Don't label me with slop. Now, if you use that because you're trying to find an identity, I'll help you with that. Because you deserve to have your own identity like everybody.
Yes.
But don't bring the same white slop along saying you're anti-African, you're not African, you're not from Africa. That's the white slop that they've been trying to push in our brain from day one. Throw that slop out, empty and wash your bucket, and let us bring some real black stuff up in there.
Been a thorn in our side for more than a century now.
For decades.
Oh, yeah, and we have to contend because there's just so much confusion, right? So, but Baba, why have you? There are four sentiments that are often expressed by our young brothers and sisters when we engage them, our FBA family, and they are our family. And when they express them, what they'll say is, well, like Baba James, he aligns with us, but I want to share these four sentiments with you, and I can do it one at a time, or I can give you all four, and I want you to be able to just
respond. All four, and I can respond, because if I'm late for my sister's birthday, she's going to kill me.
Gotcha. All right, so I'll give you all four. I'll give you all four. So these are four of the most common like anti-African sentiments we hear being expressed by some of our brothers and sisters. The first one is Black people in America are not African and have no connection to Africa. We're Native Black Americans. That's one. The second one is Black people in America may be genetically African, but so is the entire planet. Everybody on Earth is African. That's two. The third one is African people on the continent don't refer to themselves as Africans. We're the only ones who call ourselves Africans. That's three. And the fourth one is Black Americans are the only ones who practice Pan-Africanism. Those are the four most common kind of like retorts that we hear. And they always say, well, Baba James Smalls agrees with us. Like,
well, Baba James Smalls going to tell them I don't agree to none of that shit I just heard.
Yes.
So I don't understand where their brains are when they say I'm not an African. And all this tells me is that self-hate, self-ignorance, lack of understanding of African history and of history in general are what we're dealing with people who have taken some, what do you call it, clips, little sound bites from the internet, and now they've become historians and political leaders because they can get a bunch of people to when you push the little button for them, subscribe.
Yeah.
Because I was very quiet for a while. And then I go like, I can't stay quiet. So in the last year and a half, I've just been out here trying to teach as much as I can. And people are afraid because that means you got to change your little black behind into something better than what the white man has created you to be. You're going to give me the white slop and then give it a name like Foundation of Black America. Don't label me with slop. Now, if you use that because you're trying to find an identity, I'll help you with that. Because you deserve to have your own identity like everybody.
Yes.
But don't bring the same white slop along saying you are anti-African, you are not African, you're not from Africa. That's the white slop that they've been trying to push in our brain from day one. Throw that slop out, empty and wash your bucket, and let us bring some real black stuff up in there. Let's talk about Martin Delaney. Let's talk about Booker Washington. Let's talk about Ida B. Wells. Let's talk about Harriet Tubman. Let's talk about Sojourner Truth. Go back in our history. Every organization that we formed from the 1700s forward was called the African something. Every damn one. Prince Hall.
African Masons.
Free African Lodge. 1749 or someplace up there. Richard Allen, Absalom Jones, the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, the African Methodist Church, the Black Baptist Movement, the African Baptist Church. This is all back in the 1700s, okay? By the time we hit the 1792, Malcolm didn't invite the Afro-American nothing. In 1892, a group of Black women out of Rochester, New York, formed the Afro-American League, headed by T. Thomas Fortune. Okay, we had the United African Societies. This is all in the 1800s. So they need to study some history.
Yeah.
We never stop identifying ourselves as African. Not one moment, not one day, not 1 hour. On the blacks going on in North America.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So now, recently, there was you were on a broadcast on a YouTube stream, and there was a dude who's kind of known in our circles as being a troll, and he gave you some real. He basically lied to you and gave you some misinformation about some of the stuff that we've said, and then tried to use you against me, and some of these other trolls tried to use your words against me. How do you feel about that, sir?
Right. Well, part of it is the young man, Omawale, called me yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And his position, he says, I wasn't the one putting that out there like that. And I said, what do you mean? I said because, I couldn't find him. I had the name wrong.
Yeah.
And when I found the name in my phone, he called me just as I found the name. And he says, listen, because I did this little piece, I was trying to get it right on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Calling people out for doing that, because I'm saying, wait a minute, that's not one, that was not what really happened.
Right.
Now, he did raise these things about Foundation of Black America.
Mm-hmm.
And I go like, these are my children, I think is the term I use, and I love them. You got to understand it. If I think my children have any issues, I'm going to argue with them to get the issues right.
Right.
Right? If they made any statements wrong that and I'm not gonna stab them in the back or talk to them about behind their back. I tell them my love for you, our relationship, and so forth. And whenever I have any issues, I talk to you about it. Sometimes you be quiet, sometimes you take me on, but we've never had a negative.
Right, of course.
You and I.
Of course.
And you know the things I disagree, and they ain't really big things. That's the issue. Well, then I really argue with you about one thing, the N-word, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes I think you lose your temper a little bit too much on some of these Negroes who don't deserve you putting that energy on. And those have been our two issues.
Yeah.
And we deal with this going back. And I remember when you were having an issue, but I think we won't even call his name, but a little brother out there.
Yeah.
And I call you and I talked to you about it, and you squashed that.
Yeah.
There was an issue with some sister who was coming after you about some stuff. I called you this a couple of years ago. You squashed that. They didn't squash it, but you did.
Yeah.
So I have to let people understand and be clear, because I got some crazy calls from all over the world. When I was coming to Washington, you're not going there. Wait a minute, I had to do almost had to do a Tariq Nasheed. I had to go off of some folks. Who the hell are you to tell me where I go, who I speak with, and why? Now, if you call me and say, Brother Small, I heard something about Tariq, is that right? I would have told you, no, that ain't right. You know, you've been misinformed. And so when I did the show with the young people, because they'd call me, and I do a lot of shows with young people who call me, and most of the times I don't know who they are beforehand, and a lot of times it's the first time. And some have played me out of pocket, you know, because they just want to say I got Professor Small on there and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And on this show, when the issue came up, and I tell them, when I want to speak to you and make a criticism, I do it to your face. I'm not a backstabber, you know. I'm going to tell you, and I'll say right out in the public that I own it. That's how men do.
Right.
You know, that's how men be. And then we had what I thought was a decent discussion with me explaining what Pan-Africanism is, explaining what Foundation of Black American is, and telling them I'm both. Because to me, Pan-Africanism is how we unite the Black people all over the world to be one force.
Right.
Now, we can call it Pan anything we want to, but all the Pan means is unity, nothing else. And that Foundation of Black American, that we have a right to identify ourselves in the same way any other ethnic group. And I think I used the Jamaican community. They don't call themselves African, they call themselves Jamaicans.
Right, absolutely.
The people from Haiti don't say I'm African, they say I'm Haitian. And we find no contradiction with that. We're the only group in North America that use the term African to describe ourselves.
Hey, cancel. No offense, but brother, did you know you spelled or sister? Do you know you spelled your name wrong? That's not how you spell canceled in America. But yeah, if you're a student, if you're truly a student, you're here to learn, call in, ask a question. I won't debate you if you're asking a question. I'll just take your question and answer it. Even the goofy questions, I'll answer those too. So just let me know what you want to do, man, or woman. I don't know, whatever you are. But don't be ashamed to ask a question. There's no such thing as a stupid question. I lied. There is, but I ain't gonna hold it against you. But real quick. So Professor Smalls, when he was within his little circle, you heard what he said: slop, A, B, and C. Oh, that's stupid. I don't call myself that. And then once he got G checked, he changed his whole tune. He started to talk about how he is FBA and how we have the right to self-identify. Everything he just went against. Okay, go. Everything he went against everything he just said. He said that. Oh, he just said. Okay, he just said he was not with all that. He got G checked, and now he's with all the smoke. Like he's down with us. That type of inconsistency we don't respect or tolerate. That's not an elder. That's an old fool. Okay. Anyway, so let me share. While we're waiting for folks to call in, let me share another video. Okay, because we need to have conversations about Soul City.
right? I was gonna say something else earlier. Oh, hyperselection. So you can't let white supremacists and those who want to be team white supremacy try to compare 43 million Black Americans to a selected immigrant group. And to bring tangibles that can help the country. Well, America has the same rules, requirements. To come over here legally, you gotta bring a bag. You gotta bring education. You can't come over here and be a burden on the country unless they allow you in as an asylum seeker or a refugee. But most people come on visas are not. They're visas. Period. You're not an asylum seeker or refugee. But you get what I'm saying? Like when immigrants come over here, they come on legal. They come with visas. So they bring a bag. They bring education. So they are highly selected, right? It's not any, mini, money, mo. It's like, yo, these are requirements. This is what America wants from you. You got to bring these things. You can't come. We're not taking their high school dropouts or crackheads, meth heads. Okay, so you can't compare your elitist group to all of us. Not how that works. That's not how comparisons work. You compare the whole with the whole, fractions, or you compare a fraction with a fraction. So if you're going to compare us to anybody, any immigrant that's highly selected that come over here, then you compare our elitists with their elitists. That's how that works. And you compare our criminal class with their criminal class. You compare our working class with their working class. And you compare our skilled workers with their skilled workers. That's how that works. All right. So they are highly selected out of the country. This is China, India, all those countries that come over on visas. All of them are highly selected. That's an unfair comparison. And like Tone Talk said, you have to. What about the rest of you guys? The bulk of you, like the average Chinese person in China is illiterate and poor. So when they come over here and they seem as smart and intelligent, all these little stereotypes, not in China. Chinese people in China are illiterate, dumb, and broke. Okay? So don't fall for that. The Chinese folks are inherently smart and rich. They're not in their country. All right, so I'm going to share a video on Soul City. All right. Matter of fact, let me do the ethnogenesis video. Hold on. Stay tuned.
But the thing is, there's a mixture. We are a mixture. What makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis. So we became a whole new ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States, who built it. We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. Unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here.
70% quote unquote African, 30% white, European, right?
That's salute. That's fine.
You can't tell me I'm just African though. See,
you're picking and choosing.
No, I'm saying I'm both. I'm both
my
things.
girl.
Like when you talk about when you think about the fact that slave women did not have control over their own bodies.
You're right.
Right?
Yes.
You know that you are going to, that's why we run the gamut all the way from as light as me to really dark skin. We run the gamut. That's why. So it's people want us to kind of, I don't understand the need of somebody needing me to be African. I'm an amalgamation. That's what it means to be American. That's what it means to be ADOS in this country. We are an amalgamation of different things. We are unique. So yeah, some of our ancestors came over here, were brought over here, chattel slavery. That's true. Some of them intermarried. Some of them some of them come from women who were the victims of. All of that is our history. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that like African slaves, like slavery isn't a part of that, and Africans were enslaved. 70% quote unquote African, 30% white, European, right?
What is ethnogenesis? Ethnogenesis means the process by which a new ethnic group forms. It's when a group of people develops a shared identity, usually because of shared experiences like war, migration, slavery, or colonization, blending of cultures, new language, religion, or customs. Simple example. Think about how African Americans formed. They came from many different African tribes, Yoruba, Igbo, Wolof, etc. Enslaved in America, they lost languages and tribal ties. But over time, they developed a shared culture, music, food, and identity. That's ethnogenesis. Black Americans became a new, distinct people.
Ethnogenesis equals new people formed through shared history plus culture plus struggle. It happens when different groups blend, survive, and build a new identity together.
The DOS term is a very good term. I actually like that. Descendants of slaves or descendants of slavery. Very good term. But these people come over here and they get comfortable around these white supremacists and they feel like they can disrespect Native Black Americans. That's going to stop. We're going to stop that shit.
I think it's worth pointing out that immigrants are piggybacking on the Black experience in America. I'm sorry to say this to the Hispanics in the audience, but I'm sorry you're going to have to throw in your lot with, the Asians and the whites. We didn't descend from slaves. We don't get special benefits. This is the logical, normal, obvious point, and therefore it is the Republican position. The whole reason this country is sensitive to racial issues is because for about 200 years, African Americans got the short end of the stick. There was slavery, there was Jim Crow, and then we had the civil rights laws saying, okay, that's it. We owe them. We're going to spend it all on them. Now suddenly, an immigrant who arrived Friday is demanding special benefits. No, what did we do to you?
Barack is president of the United States of America. We have to understand what Barack says he believes. So we can't get angry at him, Dr. Mavo, when he says the rising tide will lift our boat, because that's where he was raised. That's not to put anything on him. The descendants of enslaved Africans in America have a different experience. First of all, we're the only group of people in this country that did not voluntarily come here. We're forced immigrants. We're also the only group of people in this country that the American government made laws against to keep in bondage. America, one thing about America, they love to talk about stuff. They said, let's talk about it. You talk about it, you get it out. But when it comes to the black, enslaved and black people, they say, shut up. Be quiet. Don't talk about it, because blacks, we are America's dirty little secret, as Dr. Claude Anderson said. And America don't want to deal with the whole question of the reparation, repair, and the damage.
Let me say that again. I am not black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. She's like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term someone is black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to try and curb racism in some way, people are going to be racist. Ignorance is ignorance. You can't. But just to curb racism in a small way, stop referring to yourself as black. If you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh and like, this is black, I'm brown. You know, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am. That's where I come from. So I understand when you say Black British or Black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. Obviously, you still be treated the way you're treated, but just like, I feel like it just, when I hear someone refer to me as Black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color, because it further, pushes the racism narrative and further.
Here we go.
The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans will say, oh, Black writer, Black creator, Black artist, Black lawyer, Black doctor, Black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality. Maybe our career is next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. Some of us that come to this country don't even have a legal right to be here. You get me? So while you are fighting your fight, which is that of blackness, we are fighting our fight as immigrants first before the way.
Another thing before I get off, man, you 110% right about Africans, bro. 110%. My mom is from Nigeria. My father is from Liberia. Tariq, you are 110% right about Africans, bro. My entire life, man, my family used the word akata like it was nothing. My mom use it, my uncles use it, cousins use it. They all have their ideology that they are totally different from Black Americans. I put my family on that, man. My wife is an American. When I first met my wife, my mom didn't want me to marry my wife, Tariq. She told me, you brought an akata here. Don't bring no akata. Another
So I had a timeout cancel who spelled his name wrong. You don't spell cancel like that. So we know this dude ain't from America. But I had to time him out. Okay. You can't run your mouth, man. You just can't. Anybody, not just mine, I can't do that. I can't go to a tether channel and just run my mouth and not call in. They're gonna be like, yo, you gotta call in. Click the link or something because they wanna engage. So canceled or whatever your name is, because you spelled canceled wrong. There's some immigrant tether stuff. But dude, wherever you are, LGBTQIA plus, wherever you are, you gotta call it. I know you're trolling, that's why I timed you out. Okay? We don't respect trolls or tethers or white supremacists, right? At all, zero. So we'll time you out as freely and as reckless as we want to because you're not deserving of respect of anybody. You're a coward who claims to be a student and you really dealing with ADHD because you can't spell canceled. That gotta hurt. Right, but I put the phone number in there. Body call up. Let's get it. All right, so let's go to Soul City. Now, matter of fact, let's go to Ish right now, real quick, from the Joe Budden podcast, who was against reparations. Go Ish real fast.
What about it? Do you believe black people should get reparations?
No, I think black people should get equity, and I think the two are different. I think that I'm not really a fan of handouts. Like, I don't want your money. I just want me to be able to make my money and you not be on my dick about making it.
What about it? Do you believe black people should get reparations?
No, I think black people should get equity, and I think the two are different. I think that I'm not really a fan of handouts. Like, I don't want your money. I just want me to be able to make my money and you not be on my dick about making it. I don't think that if we get reparations, we gonna fare any better. Me personally, I don't think that. So I think reparations would be a waste for most. Some would definitely take the money and do some positive things with it, but I don't think it'll get us no better if we're not changing how we're being treated in America. I don't think reparations going to nothing.
It's about rich and poor. So the way we being treated is because we're poor.
No, I think that yes and no. I think
let me just finish. So if we did get the money, would it change how we're treated because they're not necessarily poor anymore?
No, because they're not going to give you enough money for you to be rich. Reparations, they're going to have to give 13% of the population reparations. And then they're going to decide if you got black blood, if you don't, like when we get the reparations. One, the reparations don't come with a financial literacy package to show you how to use the money to your best advantage.
That I agree with.
That's number one. Number two, it's black people that make a shit ton of money today that still don't do nothing with the money and don't gain nothing in society just because they have money. So I don't think the reparations is the end all be all. I think that's a cop out for me.
I would just say, one, and I get the idea of not taking handouts, but the whole argument of reparations is that it's not a handout, that it's owed, right? That it's reparations literally means repair, repair the damage done. So the idea is if you took, like you said, if you got a 100-year head start and you took my money for 100 years, you exploited my labor, and all this stuff was built around our labor, universities, companies, insurance, all
the country.
Yeah, the whole country, right? Every institution. Then giving us reparations isn't a handout. It's actually what we owe, what we're owed. And then the second part of that, I think, is I've never heard people say reparations is either or. You know, I've been part of the reparations movement for a long time, not like a leader of it, but just advocating for it. And every reparations person I know is also asking for voting rights, housing protections, other things. And then the last part of it is I think reparations should be a check. I think every descendant of slavery, to be clear so I don't get hit on the internet, every descendant of American slavery here in the United States deserves reparations. But I also think in addition to the check, we should also have access to free.
Overall, we talking about a check.
It's two different thoughts.
You taking it, when most people in a general sense talk about reparations, they talk about a check.
Yeah, I think that's right.
You get what I'm saying?
I think that's fair.
If you said, yo, do you think every descendant of slavery should get free education? Yeah. And again, it just depends on.
Would you, if you got all the other stuff, would you be okay with the check too?
I wouldn't be turned down the check now.
No, I mean, as an idea. I don't mean would you turn down me? Would you
I just think that I don't think it's going to do what people think it's going to do. I think that a lot of times people just be like, yo, if my mother worked at such and such, I would be doing better. Or if all of that shit, to me, it's the same ideology. In my overall, we talking about a check.
It's two different thoughts.
Dave Chappelle had the thing about reparations. He's like, yo, the Cadillac dealership gonna be empty in 2 days. Shit like that. Like, I just think that they had a whole.
That's shit white people say to justify not giving it. Yeah, I'm about to say it. And so we cop Cadillacs then.
No, it ain't even just to justify not giving it.
The white boys got all that crypto money and bought every Lambo in the spot.
But I'm just saying, we kind of saw something similar, not similar, but we saw when people got access to a whole bunch of extra money they didn't expect during COVID
and all that shit. Yeah.
And look what happened.
Yeah. I'm of the belief that that's not my business.
True.
I'm not saying that y'all are right or that y'all are wrong. That ain't my business. Somebody go get their check and blow it. Of course.
It's funny.
Mine in the shoebox still.
This is a side, but it's kind of related. When I was in Nashville this weekend, we went to the Country Music History Museum or whatever, and they had some cars. They had Elvis's car. It was diamond paint, gold-plated trim, TV in the back. Another dude's car had guns for the door handle.
Why do you not think our community deserves reparations?
For them to give every black person in the United States reparations, it'll cripple the financial system in America.
Can I ask you a question on that? During the pandemic, damn near the entire country got whatever that $1,200 check. Black people only make up 13% of the country. And then unemployment somehow was also able to tax on an additional $600
a week to those people who were unemployed during the pandemic. How do you reckon that 13% of the country receiving reparations would cripple a country that was able to give out? And it didn't cripple us because, let's be very clear, we're still sending money to Ukraine. Everybody else getting money except for here.
One, they ain't give a shit. Number two, and we paying for it right now. The economy right now is in a shitter. And, dog, people don't understand. You have to pay that on your taxes. That wasn't a free gift. So you didn't get no money from the government. If you had to claim that money as income and pay taxes on it, they loaned you some money. And you now gotta pay it back.
All right, at this point, it's just trying to sound smart. I'll take equity over reparations. And yo, somebody should have legitimately asked him, yo, Ish, what's the difference between reparations and equity? Can you break that down? He'd have been quiet as hell. All right. Just trying to be different, trying to be smart. All right, reparations and equity are both responses to injustice, but they are totally different in goals, definitions, and applications. And equity cannot replace reparation as a means of justice and compensation. Now, what is the definition of reparations? Let's get that out the way. Reparations are compensatory actions taken to atone for past harms or injustices inflicted on a group of people, usually by a government, institution, or a dominant society. Reparations. All right. So we're talking about, make sure my audio is good. Give me 1 second to audio check. Okay, I knew it. Why can't I? Okay, cool. All right. I should be better off. All right, so here we are. Soul City. This sounds like it's fake. Like this is fake news. No, there's really a project called Soul City. Okay. This is during the 70s, 1970s. So give me one second. Okay. So Soul City, the founder, civil rights leader Floyd B. McKissick, as you see on the right. Okay. Former national director of CORE, Congress of Racial Equality, and an early proponent of black capitalism. So the purpose of Soul City was envisioned as a major black-led community that will provide economic opportunity, housing, and political power to FBAs. Okay. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me just fix something real fast. Shoot, that wasn't it. Okay. I believe we're good. Just do a test. Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right. Okay. So once again, the purpose of Soul City was envisioned as a major black-led community that would provide economic opportunity, housing, and political power to FBA, foundational Black Americans, especially as a response to northern urban decay and southern segregation. Okay, now the funding, how was this going to happen? In 1972, Soul City received a federal urban development grant under President Richard Nixon's administration as part of the Urban Growth and New Community Development Act of 1970. It was one of 13 planned new towns. How many planned new towns? One of 13 to receive federal funding, and the only one led by foundational Black Americans. Okay, so the other 12 new towns were white folks. I mean, how much more assistance do they need? God damn. All right. They were not Jim Crowed and locked out of wealth for 100 years, but 12 out of the 13 new planned towns, 12 were white people. The project was awarded approximately $14 million in federal loan guarantees and grants, a significant sum of the time. The plan anticipated further investments totaling over $50 million as the town developed. Okay, but needed further investments. Okay, now the location was rural Warren County, North Carolina, one of the poorest and most segregated counties in the South. It was chosen strategically to uplift the Black rural poor while building new infrastructure. Okay, now here are the challenges with this program. The project faced political opposition. Uh-oh. Especially from segregationists and some conservative media, who painted it as a black separatist, like those Muslims, those black Muslims. And so media painted this city, this town, this planned town out of 1 out of 13. So this was no different than the other towns. But the media said this one is a black separatist town for misuse of taxpayer dollars. So the media, specifically conservative media, sounds like red, okay? Sounds like Republicans were undermining what was going on in North Carolina with this funding, with this grant, okay, under the Richard Nixon administration. What else? Economic downturns and slow industrial investments hindered growth. By 1979, funding was cut and the town failed to meet its population or economic goals. The federal government eventually foreclosed on some parts of the project. However, it left behind some lasting infrastructure, including a medical center and road development in the region. Okay, sounds like a start for something. Let's see. Okay, so just to summarize, Soul City was built with federal grant support specifically meant to create a Black-led, economically independent community. It was a landmark moment in the federal government funding a Black economic vision, though it ultimately fell short of its transformative ambitions due to political, economic, and structural barriers. Okay, so uh, so there were other federally funded new towns. Soul City was established in 1970, but funded in 1972. You had, and that's in North Carolina. You had the Woodlands, which is in Texas. That's 1974, and Columbia, Maryland, 1967. Okay, so founder of Soul City, Floyd McKissick, Black civil rights leader. Okay, the Woodlands, Texas. The founder was George Mitchell, white oil tycoon. Okay, that's who's backing that one. And you got Columbia, Maryland, James Rouse, white developer, philanthropist. Okay, so the goal of Soul City was empower FBA foundational Black Americans in rural South. And well, in Woodlands, Texas, that oil tycoon, the goal was master plan suburb for Houston elites. And then Columbia, Maryland, right? Racially integrated city of the future. So Soul City got federal funding, 14 million in grants and loans. The Woodlands got over $50 million in loans and guarantees. And Columbia got private funding, no large federal grant. Okay, so the population goal for Soul City was 50,000. Population for the Woodlands was 150,000 plus, and the project goal for Columbia, Maryland was over 100,000 people. So the outcome, what happened to these planned towns? Okay, so Soul City fell short due to politics and economics. How about the oil tycoon? Well, his plan went wildly successful, now an affluent suburb. And then also in Columbia, Maryland, that was a successful model of planned integration. So 2 out of the 3 were successful, extremely successful. The ones for foundational Black Americans failed due to lack of economics and white media bashing it. Okay, so the legacy of Soul City is a symbol of Black economic ambition. You got the Woodlands, it was wealthy suburb, and you got the Columbia, Maryland urban design case study. Okay, so most white-led or integrated towns received more support. Most white-led, not foundational Black-led, or integrated towns received more support, less scrutiny, and better access to industrial and corporate partnerships than Soul City. Despite its innovation, Soul City faced hostile media coverage, political sabotage, and systemic underinvestment. Okay? So, Black economic vision requires political protection. Soul City was crushed not because of its goals, but due to political backlash and media manipulation. So it could have survived if the white man didn't make sure it was destroyed. Okay? Any modern Black-led economic initiative must secure bipartisan allies, community buy-in, and media defense against smear campaigns. Media defense. We have our own today. Federal funding alone isn't enough. Although Soul City got federal money, it lacked private capital and strong industry partners. Today's efforts need a mix of public-private partnerships plus Black investor networks to avoid total dependence on unstable government aid. Narrative control is essential. White critics branded Soul City as Black separatism, despite its being legally integrated. Modern efforts need control over messaging, storytelling, and defense against racial disinformation, especially online. It said, and defense against. That's why Foundational Black American Defensive Unit. We need defense. It says land use and ownership still matter. Soul City focused on rural land to build independence. That idea still holds value today in land trusts, eco villages, or black agricultural development. But rural land without scalable economic engines may limit impact. Urban proximity is often more viable for long term success. Black led institutions need exit strategies. Soul City's collapse shows the sustainability planning, succession, reinvestment, long term industries is key. Modern equivalents, whether crypto, fintech, or real estate projects, should include timeline, backup plans, and accountability frameworks. Anyway, modern parallels to Soul City, Black Wall Street Renaissance attempt to revive Tulsa like hubs across the U.S., Freedom Georgia Initiative, Black families buying land to create a self-sufficient town in Georgia, a coin city, Senegal, Akon's ambitious smart city project, though facing its own challenges, Pan-African economic zones in Ghana, Rwanda, and other nations, echoing the Soul City spirit globally. All right. What you guys think so far?
All right. I had to a cancel your name spelled wrong, backwards, whatever. I had to time you up for 30 minutes. I know you're a troll. I know your name is probably Haskell. Okay. I know you wanted to cut the troll that I blocked some time ago, calling back under a fake name. That's why you won't call in. So chat, it's not that this troll is afraid of their hard non-SBA accent, or that they might have a ridiculous stutter, or they just a goofball, some special ed case. That's not it. These folks are trolls who I blocked before, and they think they're just going to troll in the chat someone for how long they want. Like, I know you guys don't want to talk because I'm going to know who you are. But American Dream, Kwame, probably one after the other, because I know you guys got different viewpoints, so I don't want to lump you together like you believe the same thing. So about 7:30, let's say, whoever calls in first, right? And about an hour later, 8:30, let the other person call in. But somebody was watching the show, and they hit me up like, hey, man, let me speak to, they watch some shows, some past shows, and they want to speak to both of you. Okay. I said, all right, man, let me see if they're available. I'll try to make it happen. And, he's not going to be like me, all out of character when y'all say stupid stuff. He's going to deal with y'all gently. So don't be afraid. All right. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna do a quick recap. Then we're gonna be out of here in a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me get the right thumbnail back up. Then we want to do a sizzle. Yeah, so I already know when people don't want to call in, the number one reason is that they are a troll that I kicked out before and blocked, and they're under another YouTube name, obsessive with FBA's ADOS. Okay, all right, so I got the right thumbnail right there. Okay, now, this guy, Anton Daniels. I know some of us believe that this guy is a multimillionaire, which is most likely 100% capped. Okay, a lot of people come on the net and they be miraculously just millionaires out of nowhere. They can't show you a history how the money accumulated. They just were a millionaire just out of thin air. Okay. I know better because I used to believe in something. I used to believe the same shit, all right, until like these guys just been exposed. A lot of them were exposed by the pocket JT, the pocket watcher. Okay, and others were exposed by prison sentences and whatever else. They got caught up in a PPP scam, but they were exposed to be a fake millionaire, right? So like they have a pattern. Okay, and the number one pattern for me is that you're a millionaire. How again? Like what income, what business, what job got you there? And they can never fill that void. They'll claim to be a serial entrepreneur, like all these different small businesses somehow contribute and compile to millions of dollars. Miss me, okay? Because let's talk about those little businesses. Like, let's talk about that. Let's look at the numbers. Okay, so these guys are not millionaires. If anything, they might have gained some wealth after lying. So it's possible that Anton Daniels got some success on YouTube after lying for so many years. It's possible he finally probably accumulated some wealth, right? But what I'm saying is they were not millionaires the way they said they become millionaires, and they were not millionaires when they said they were millionaires. So there's a phrase called "fake it till you make it," and some folks are lucky enough to fake it till they make it. They actually become what they said they were the first time, but they lied. They never was that. But most people, unfortunately, don't become what they faked out to be. They become exposed. But one of those people, I believe, is my opinion, I believe is the saint in the center. I believe he's one of those guys that is trying to fake it till you make it. He's this self-proclaimed millionaire that I don't buy at all. Nothing about this guy, the millionaire vibes, zero. If you look at his, if we're going to the park, if you look at his services and products, like it's ridiculous. Like millionaires don't listen. Real millionaires make their money with or without you. Okay, they come into the YouTube streets. Half of them don't even have time to hit up a YouTube platform, and millionaires are usually busy conducting their money, watching their money, and making sure it grow and finding other ways to grow more money. Like millionaires don't really have time for the YouTube streets. So like that's the first red flag. You're a millionaire and you're on YouTube all day, like sure. Now I get it if YouTube is the reason why you're a millionaire, but even with that, you became a millionaire after YouTube. So you were lying when you said you were a millionaire initially. It was not from businesses. It was from YouTube advertisements and YouTube success. That's the whole thing. Like these guys are lying about being a millionaire before YouTube success. There's a lot of these guys. What's the guy? CJ on 24s, another one who was lying about being a millionaire or being rich before he actually got YouTube rich. A lot of these guys. So it becomes tiresome, and you get to see like the red flag. You could just see it. So when people come up like Anton Daniels and the Saint in the center, and Billy Carson, when these folks come up, it's like, yo, you see right through them. Like, dude, nothing about you is a millionaire. Okay, nothing. So I just want to just put that right there. So just because somebody can look a certain way, but you can. It's easy, man. Like when you look at millionaires for real, they behave differently. When you look at, listen, academics is a tether. Okay, it's a tether, but he's a millionaire. Now, does he always got to say he's a millionaire? No, he doesn't do that. Does he show you stacks of money? No. Does he show you his cars on a regular basis? No. Does he show you his house? No. Millionaires don't do that because it's like wearing contacts. I gotta go somewhere else. It's like, yo, the people with the contacts is gonna always show their eyes. They will never wear shades. They will never they want to show off their fake eyes. So when something is not yours, the fake hair, that whole thing, you want to always show it off. You're never gonna wear a bonnet. You want to show off the fake hair, the fake eyes, the whatever. You want to show it off because it's not yours. It's not natural. All right. Same thing with the fake millionaires, right? They want to show you and talk about money all the damn time when you know that's not the case. All right. So the Anton, the fake millionaire, when he said he was, he might be one now. I don't know. But I do know he was not one when he said he was, because what did he do to get the money? He never explains that. And look what he offers. Like, look at his services. He claims to be a multi-millionaire, have these businesses. But when you look at what he offers his services to us. Like, dude, I thought you was a millionaire with other businesses. Why you need our money? Millionaires don't really do that, man. So those to me are the early signs, the early flags of like another one. DJ Khaled, another one. Before I leave, hold on a second. Yeah, let me see what y'all say about that. Cocaine on the wood grain piece, my boy. Yeah. And I'm so glad I looked at your comment. And the dude is everything. Yo, first of all, I got videos of Anton before the fake teeth. Like, the dude was like a darker version of academics. Like, really, like, not a ladies' man at all, no swag. But I respect academics a little better because he seems more genuine in who he is, more comfortable. Anton is fake, but he's definitely, make no mistake, he's definitely zesty as hell, or moist, whatever you want to say. And I don't call people that for no reason. Just because I'm mad at you, I don't say you're moist. You got to be moist for me to call you moist. And Cocaine said at first, I'm just doubling down. Like, yeah, I'm stamping that. Like, yeah, the dude is moist as hell, zesty as hell, and I would never feel comfortable in a locker room with him. Like, I always be questioning. I don't give a damn how many wives he got. I'm always questioning, like, dude, like, what's really? All right. Donnie Williams said, just hangs around the CC cosplaying. Yep. Pinky says, Anton should make all these rich immigrants his target market. Right. Exactly. That's another reason why you're not rich. Like, they come at us. Like we're like the cheapest spenders. Like, dude, come on, man. That's why Gucci don't really market to us. That's a lie. Gucci market to the Chinese, the Indians, East Indians, and white folks. That's who buy. If y'all go to a Gucci store, you ain't gonna see Negroes in there. Not on average. Once in a while, you see some fake overspending Negro in there, but most likely, man, you go in those Gucci, those high retail stores, you're going to see nothing but white folks, Chinese, and East Indians. All right? And that's what they market to. Peace, Cocaine, American Dream. Repeat your question in English, please. So, yes, American Dream, you might be talking to me. I don't know. I am talking fast, but yeah, so somebody want to just build with y'all again. He's not gonna be like me. He's not gonna cut you off, or maybe cut you off. I don't know, but it won't be like me. It won't be like my fashion. Like, he's gonna be very civil and honest. Okay, when he go back and forth, he has. I know that because he called in before with I think Stu Pease, and he wasn't aggressive or disrespectful. Stu Pease was calling him names. He didn't return fire. He just kept it on subject. They were arguing definitely an SBA topic, by the way. Let me see who else. So Donnie says, Dream, what percentage of Jamaica is in America, and why is the percentage higher than? Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's not a Dream trying to be slick. Dream. A lot of us got our own language, which is shortcuts. Matter of fact, that's not even our. That's an American thing to do shortcuts. Like I don't say because, I say cuz. C-U-Z. So that is English. Slang is English. Okay, shortcuts is English. Like when I was growing up, American Dream, at a job interview, you couldn't say yeah. You had to say yes. So when I was 19, 20, chat, you had to say yes. You could not say yeah. Now even Wall Street people say the word yeah. Okay, so that's English, bro. So yeah is not English, but it's English now. That's how that's why the American language is probably like the best language on earth, because it's so adaptive. You can modernize it. You can add to it. It's not like Spanish, Greek, and things like that, where it's set in its ways and anything outside that is just rejected. But yeah, you can't be that petty to act like my family ain't making sense. They are making sense. I made that thing clear. That is a good question. A lot of you guys in Jamaica are everywhere but Jamaica. I don't blame you. Jamaica is a SHIT, all caps, HOLE. So I don't blame you guys fleeing from that land and never returning. Okay, 'cause it is a poop emoji. All right. Shots fired. 100%. Okay. So, but American Dream, you gotta, listen, you say it's gibberish, but you call in later, and I promise you, man, I will only say a word if you guys are disagreeing on some type of history, and if I think I know the answer, I will cut in. Okay. But when a guy wants to talk to you and Kwame 1v1, I'm just gonna be listening. I'm gonna make sure there's no arguing. I'll make sure he's not cutting you off. I'm gonna make sure you're not. All you gotta say to me, if Kwame or American Dream call in later on in about an hour or two, and if you think the brother cut you off, all you gotta say is, Ron, can I just finish? And I'm gonna make sure you finish. Okay, I don't want nobody to feel like their thoughts are not well articulated, well expressed. When you call in later on today, I'm gonna make sure everybody communicate effectively. Nobody will have the authority over each other. Okay. And again, all you gotta say is, Ron, yeah, man, I want to move on, or I don't answer that. I will make sure he might say it to you. Like, hey, Ron, I don't want to deal with that no more. I'm sorry, all right, folks, let's move on. But we're going to have a conversation based on integrity. You can't say let's move on when you can't answer a question, or if you don't want to be truthful. You got to make a, sincere effort, genuine effort to actually answer a question. All right, so let me cook on Anton. Come on, let's go. Let me cook on Anton a little more, if you don't mind. Okay. Give me a second. I just want to. I'm walking to the park. I called in through the phone, so I will. I'm gonna just talk to y'all for a little bit. Hey, go. That's all. Just talk. Watch that. I'll at the park for about an hour and a half, and then we're gonna do our live session with a guest call in, American Dream, or Kwame call in and speak to another guest who think they can address you guys a little better And I did. Okay, come over here. Yeah, but I don't believe at all Anton Daniels, and I'm not saying this matters in his rhetoric against FDs. I'm just saying, like, I never believed he was a rich millionaire. I looked through his channel, I clicked his links, I see what he offers. I'm like, okay, yep, bullshit. You know, he's a finesser. You guys, when you use the term grifter, that's exactly what he is. Okay, so again, like, you guys can't make an argument. Well, you can, but it makes you look stupid, and you lose credibility when you go live. Nobody's ever gonna pull up because you're the guy with no integrity. So you can't be mad at Tariq Nasheed for offering services and products, and then don't be mad at Anton Daniels, whose products and services are in bad faith. Okay, because he's lying, saying you need this and you don't. But he's lying, saying that it does something that it does not do. Like, he claims he can make you a millionaire, essentially. The Saint believes that he can make you a millionaire, essentially, or make you. The Saint also claims he can get you to be a top debater. The Saint also makes a claim that he can get you to be great relationships. You can master women. You know, all that bread pill talk. I wish, you know what? Let me lock my headphones into this phone so I can talk, because I can't hold this phone and push this stroller. Hold on 1 second. I ain't got it. Just a second. We're going. Hold on. We're going to be about an hour or some change. Second, let me get this Bluetooth going. Oh, shit. Come on now. The Bluetooth don't want to do the Bluetooth thing all of a sudden. It really works now. Then you got Larry Elder, right? Larry Elder, he really just regurgitates whatever Thomas Sowell puts out there. They like to talk about the marriage rates and single familyhood and what about black on black crime and things like that, which is easily debunkable. Like, I wish like hell you guys call in and talk about black on black crime. Matter of fact, I wish like hell you guys call in and repeat Thomas Sowell and Larry Elder points. I can beat the hell out of you. All right. So then you got Candace Owens, right? She's a coon, but she's not nowhere near as bad as Larry Elder, Anton Daniels, or Thomas Sowell, folks like that. Like, she is a. You got the right wing conservative talking point. That's her. Then you got the extremist right wing talking points, and that's Thomas Sowell, Larry Elder, Anton Daniels, and the Myron Gaines, and those folks, Nick Fuentes. Those are the right-wing extremists, right? You got the regular, normal conservative point, which is still extreme, but nowhere near like that. And that's the Candace Owens, like, folks. I'm having trouble with my headphones. I don't know why. Let me try to do this. Give me a second. You get bit by some mosquito. Some mosquito bite me. I'm gonna get him. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get him. I'll get him there. Yes. Some kid yelling. The yelling being bad. There we go. All right, okay. We about to get it going now, baby. Man, I just had it. I just had it on a center. Hold on. Shout to them. Just had it about the pillar. It's disconnected. All right, oh, dang. I get some water. I wonder if that's it right there. I think it's it right here. Let me see. I'm still trying to connect. Give me a second. You're doing so big, guys. This, this is really weird. I can't believe it didn't let me there. is wild. There we go. I'm almost ready. Almost. Since I pair these headphones. Yes. Yes, two. Yeah. All right. All right. I ain't gonna lie, I messed up. Whatever I did, I messed up. Let me do this thing. I'll drain on my battery. I didn't mean to do that. I'm calling now. All right, so I'm in the meeting. All right. Now let me switch the headphones. Yes. Yep. I think I might have we got the headphones finally. Let me see. Wow. All right, so I think I'm finally in. Yes. Oh, man, look, can't believe it. Yes. All right, so according to this, I'm supposed to be open to. Nope. All right. I don't know. Yeah, I got these little gaming headphones. I have no idea. I have no idea. He's gone. Okay. Let me do this. I guess I'll just talk here until shit dies.
Let me see if you can hear me now. Let's see if I can be heard now. Give me a second. Let me see if I get feedback. Okay. All right. So there's sound now. I just heard myself. All right. So I was saying this. Damn, I hate that. So I was saying that I did a hell of a lot of talking. All right. So that was interesting. Oh, it might have went to the damn stupid headphones. Nah, they were off. All right. Anyway, let me say this. Let me say it real. Make it real quick. Um. All right. So for one, Kwame said, "Why I didn't click the link on Brandon's show to debate him or Anton Daniels." Well, for one, nobody offered me a link. All right. Nobody tagged me. Nobody. And by the way, I was watching. Okay. So Kwame, while I came into your live, I was also live. Okay. I was playing. I re-uploaded our discussion yesterday evening. Okay. So when I went to the channel you were on, that was on mute. Kwame, that makes sense. If I went to your channel and had it been unmuted, then your audio would have been on my live channel replaying you and I and my assessment of Anton Daniels. Does that make sense? So when I went to your channel, your live, which I was doing, it was on mute. I never heard one word that was spoken because it would have been heard on my live. Okay, so I just was commenting in the chat. I never heard one thing. But I do know this. I do know nobody tagged me and said, hey, join the panel. That's not what I got. Nobody tagged me. Like the way I tag you guys and say, hey, hop on and you dig, and I talk directly to you guys. Nobody did that for me over there. Nobody tagged my name to nothing, right? Because I was over there for a little bit before I finally went back to my channel. Nah, there's sound now, Ricardo. I can hear myself. Okay, so let's just make that clear, right? So nobody tagged me to say click a link. Now, secondly, will he click my link? Okay, because I have a reputation. I have a long, solid history. I got a decade of history, Kwame, clicking other folks' links. Okay, going in other folks' podcasts, abiding by other folks' rules. Your boy, what history do they have to click on other links? See, what I noticed was everybody would send an invite, but everybody won't accept an invite. That's what I learned. And that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to be like them. I'm going to be stubborn. Like, hell no, click my link. I ain't clicking yours because I have a long, long 10-year history of clicking other folks' links and debating them. Okay, I have a I've been on YouTube for 15 years, if not more than that. Okay, I got documented uploads, 15 years, my boy. And I've been debating that long on YouTube before you guys even know what YouTube was. So no, no, no. It's time people start accepting invitations and stop giving them. So if anybody want to talk to me, they're going to come to FBA news and updates to talk to me, or they can miss me. The only people I will probably consider calling in, which I already have, is like Myron Gaines, Tommy Sotomayor, something like that. I will call in their stuff. Even like the Saint in the Center, but small fries like your boy, nah, bro. They gotta tap in first, and then I'll return the favor. I'll cook them on mine and then cook them on theirs. So that's not how it's gonna work. Okay, these guys are new to the scene. Nobody know what they are. No real background. I'm good.
Nah, yeah. Well, I seen folks join the. I seen folks. I know. At some point he had to put the link in there. 'Cause I seen folks on the panel. Okay, but you act like he addressed me directly. That so I'm responding to that. So I know he dropped the link at some point to invite folks on. But what I'm saying is, I could have done it anyway because there's no way I could share both audios, right? So if I interact with him at all, now look, Kwame, if he had a phone number, I could call. I got a phone number. So if he had a phone number, I could have called, but there's no way I could click a link. 'Cause if I click the link on my computer, then I will be now airing his live and my live. Does that make sense? So now if he had a phone number like I do, I could have called in and got it in for like 10, 15 minutes and then resume back to my live. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. But yeah, what I'm saying is you position it in my mind like he called me out directly to have a discussion with him. You guys should have did that. You guys should have tagged him like, hey, man, that's Unbiased Ron. That's FB. He got a channel where he defends and attacks and blah, 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 blah. Y'all should have pumped me up to say, no. Because one thing I'm not going to do, Kwame, I'm not going to hop on. I've done this before, bro. I got a long history. What I don't do anymore is join a panel with other niggas. I'm done with that. You dig? I'm done with that. If I'm going to join a panel, it's just me. The same thing I do for y'all. When American Dream join, for the most part, it's just him. When you join, for the most part, it's you. I'm not going to put you on a panel with 5 other folks where if you go in, I got to stop you to let this other guy talk. That's sloppy. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's why I say even tonight, I'm going to have you call in, talk to my boy, my guest that want to speak to you, and I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to be a mediator. If y'all over talk each other, or if you feel like you ain't finished your point, he's cutting you off, I'm going to ask him to allow you to finish and vice versa. If he feel like you're cutting him off, I'm going to say, hey, man, Kwame, let him just finish. That's what I'm doing when you call in a bit. But I'm going to stay out of it. Now, if one of you guys say something historically just incorrect, and then I might step in for that too, just for the sake of clarity and integrity. I don't want fake news. I don't want fake news to leave my podcast. I don't want to miseducate, misinform. So if both of you are talking and you guys are giving wrong dates and wrong accounts of history that's undocumented publicly, I'm going to step in and say, hey, where'd you get that from? Or I'm just correct. Like, hey, man, it ain't that, it's this. But for the most part, I'm let y'all just talk, have a good discussion. Yeah. So yeah, if you do that, if you let him know, hey man, this guy, let him talk to you for 10, 15 minutes, I will appreciate that. And then I'll get in there and have a discussion with him. But I'm not going to join a panel with other guys who are just ranting and rambling and and in my way. But Kwame, are you calling in 30 to 40 minutes to speak to my guests who want to speak to you after hearing our exchange yesterday evening to the night? He also went back and heard some American Dream stuff. He want to talk to American Dream as well, but separate, not at the same time, one at a time. Maybe if American Dream is available, he'll talk to you for about an hour and a half, and American Dream for an hour and a half. Right, not at the same time. I've done that. I've been there, done that. It just causes confusion. If y'all go back to my old channels, even Unbiased Ron, if y'all go back to that and go back 2-3 years old, right before, you'll see I had those panels, Kwame. I had the 5, 6, 7, 8 folks on there. It was total chaos, man. Looking back at it, none of those videos are replayable. Their replayable value is at 0. I can't. It's just so sloppy, over talking, and let me finish, and I'm not done. And this guy want to talk more than everybody else. Nah, been there, done that. So what? So now, Kwame, you didn't answer. Are you calling in about 7:45, 8 o'clock ish, to have a formal discussion with somebody who reached out to me that said he want to talk to you about the things that we talked about? Nothing new, nothing, you know, gotcha or ambush scholarship. Exactly exactly what you and I talked about. It could be Marcus Garvey, Ibrahim Traoré. It can be the Haitians fighting in this Revolutionary War. Yeah. So nah, it's not Tiger. You call Tiger an FBA apologist. Shit. Well, he calls you a FBA hater. But it ain't Tiger. But anyway, it's not gonna be on this channel. Quadmate's gonna be on FBA news and updates. So just make sure you look for the live. And yeah, I'm gonna end this one right now. So Claude says, you're so goofy, you can't tell the difference between American and Native American. Bye. And Ron done cooked you a dozen times. You ain't tired again. He said, yeah, okay. All right, so Kwame, I'm not gonna comment on you. You said a lot in the chat. I ignored all of it because I don't want to seem like I'm attacking, targeting, bullying. I'm gonna let my boy have his own unique, intimate pause conversation with you. I'm out. Peace. Peace to the chat. Peace, everybody. Like the video if you did nothing else. Our supporters, the cash app at the top, $1, $2, $3, or $0. Don't. It doesn't matter. Just like the video. That's more important than anything. Peace.